somebody.
Even with the new system, you're gonna have some delay, something.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it's still not gonna be instant. I always ended up turning these off.
These?
Yeah.
Why?
Cause nobody used them. It just keeps that from going back through the system,
Oh.
so.
So if somebody sits here to do a presentation, they're gonna know to turn it off.
Yeah.
I use it all the time when we do a presentation,
Yeah.
but if you think it should be turned off, leave it off.
Really what it did, it just made it to where there was mics that I didn't have to worry about feedback from. That was really the big reason.
Well, I'll just have to come out and tell them to turn them on if they're not.
Yeah.
If they sit down there, they don't ever
You know what we can do? We can just mute them in the back.
do that.
Yeah. Then they don't have, like, if we just mute it in the back, then they don't have to, we don't have to worry about running out here and telling people to turn it on. That's not a bad idea.
This is the Lake County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on February 24th, 2026 in Board Chambers Administrative Building, Tavares, Florida.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our February 24th, 2026 Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting. We're going to open our meeting today with an invocation given by Rabbi Jeffrey Solomon from the Traditional Congregation of Mount Dora, and then we'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Avinu Avarachman, our Father, merciful Father, who grants salvation to kings and dominion to princes, whose kingdom is eternal and unbounded, who graciously endows man with knowledge, who teaches mortal man understanding. For with God is wisdom and understanding. Who yivarechu yishmo v'ya'azor kol roshei hamemshela shel Artzot Habrit Medinat Florida u'machuz Lake County v'yotzeihem. May God bless, guard, protect, and help all the leaders of the government, the President of the United States, the Governor of Florida, Lake County Manager, and these commissioners, and graciously grant to them knowledge, understanding, and discernment. May the Supreme King of Kings, in his mercy, preserve them in life and deliver them from all trouble and hurt. May the Supreme King of Kings, in his mercy, inspire them and all of their counselors with benevolence to do good towards all that is in their charge, that this may be God's will, and let us say amen.
Amen.
Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Rabbi. All right. Agenda update. Jennifer Barker, County Manager.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am requesting that we pull tab 24. That was a presentation on the Historical Museum. We would like to have that meeting at a later date. Also, we do have our fire chief here to give us an update on the current drought conditions. So I'd like to invite David Kilberry, the Public Safety Director, to come forward and give us an update.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Kilberry, Public Safety Director. I've got some information published from the Florida Department of Agriculture, which I have not used the overhead, so I'm going to do my best to place this where it needs to be. So, yeah. Well, I got an overhead. The state of Florida looks at several different items to make the determination of drought. And so using the technology, this came from yesterday, you can see Lake County in green. On the county average is the drought index, the amount of precipitation in the duff layer. And the duff layer is above the soil, but below, it's kind of that composition that's in the process of breaking down. And what it does is it looks at the moisture content of that. So to move into the next more data-driven, deeper dive on our drought conditions, the state of Florida publishes this by county. And so to focus your eyes here on the last line, we're currently at an average of 453. If you look to the right columns, less than 25% of the county is over 500, which is our current threshold for the burn ban. The surrounding counties to our east are a little damper. Volusia, Seminole, Orange, they're probably about 50 points less than we are. However, Marion, north of us, I'll pull that one up for you so you can see actually where Marion sits. You can see that 90% of their county is currently above 500. So dramatic difference in the moisture content of the county just north of us. If you look to the south in Polk, they're above 500. In 19% is above 500, and 40% is above 600. So you can see Lake County currently is not in that same location. Osceola County is right at the precipice. They had a fire that got into some the plastic buckets in agriculture for plants, had a pretty significant fire, and so they have a provision in their ordinance where the county manager, in consultation with the fire chief, can enact that. So they decided to enact that burn ban. Ours currently goes into effect at 500, and it expires once it's went below 500 for more than 5 days. So how that equates to the fire danger, currently we're in a moderate state of fire danger according to the state's maps. The one difference that we've had that's significant is we've talked about the drought index, the moisture content, but that doesn't talk about the fuel load. And as you know, we have a lot of fuel load from the recent freeze. Most of that is just leaves and brush that is wilted. It's not the catastrophic fuel load that you might see in a hurricane with downed pine trees and significant root balls and things like that. That is a disaster for extreme fire conditions, and we had that last year, but we never reached the threshold where we really got too high above 500 to get there. So a lot of the things that are dead currently are the leaves and wilted brush. So it's not the same fuel load that you might experience post-season from a hurricane. Florida always burns. We're in, we pivot from hurricane season to wildfire season, back and forth. And we're entering into the drier months before the rain starts somewhere in May. So based on that, it's just a tool to predict how we handle our fire response and burn ban. It's just a tool on the prevention side that prevents open burning, and that's the residents who want to burn their leaves, small limbs that are falling, and things like that. It will not eliminate, but it's certainly an opportunity if the board decides to enact something sooner than that, but we are not currently in extreme fire conditions. Another tool that I wanted to bring to your attention is we have policy that mimics the board's ordinance as well, and that's our response postures based on the Florida KBDI. It comes out daily around 1 o'clock. We're currently in what we call a BR1, a brush response 1, sends a single engine. Goes all the way up to 4. But we start monitoring the dispatch center along with the morning briefing with the Deputy Chief of Operations when we get above 450. The deputy chief has the ability to request additional resources based on weather conditions. So weather conditions can influence that fire load. Real high wind conditions can spread fire and things such as that. Yesterday would have been one of those circumstances, but it was a typical day. I believe most Floridians are aware that we're in fire season and they take precautions. But because of the freeze and things like that, the state has moved in additional resources. And in fact, we've had some aircraft from the state that have assisted us with a fire a couple of weeks ago. So we're in the same posture. We have the resources and the flexibility. But according to the data, we have not reached the threshold of what we would call extreme fire conditions yet. But there's nothing wrong with putting additional precautions. Another tool is social media, to where we can offer tips and advise residents and things such as that. So with that, that's kind of where we're at. We're at 450. We went up 3 points from yesterday, and we're hovering just in the high 450s would be my prediction by the end of today.
So, Chief, a couple things. It's a little concerning considering proximity to Marion and the dryness there, and I understand sort of what we typically use, but your comments about the vegetation and the dry material that's there that's potentially fuel, and the fact that we've had these really windy conditions, I've had a lot of people ask me, like, why don't we have a burn ban? And as you know, more than any of us know, one little spark, and with these windy conditions, it's like, off to the races.
Sure.
So I personally, in knowing that we've got the state of emergency in effect, and our ordinance is the way that it's written, which I feel like we need to revisit in the future about how our ordinance is actually written, but because it's already in effect, we can't change the ordinance right now. I'd feel more comfortable if we went ahead and took those additional measures and instituted a burn ban right now. I know it inconveniences some people, that want to burn, but the threat on the other side is that we could be in a really costly situation, not just dollars from us representing the taxpayers, but people that are harmed and their property is harmed and people are put in danger. So, I mean, I would favor, enacting our own state of emergency for now in order to put that burn ban in effect, if you would be supportive of that.
Absolutely, yeah. Whatever the board's direction is, it's a preventative effort, and there's nothing wrong with that. We would rather prevent fires than respond to fires, so absolutely have our full support on that.
So is it your professional opinion that we enact a burn ban?
Looking at the data that the state has produced, we are not at the threshold of the drought index, but there is a significant fuel load that the state does not.
So in your professional opinion, do we enact burn ban?
I would say not at this time, based on the data that we have available. We have a lot of tools to our discretion, but I would be open to whatever the board's decision is.
Aren't you moving equipment around regardless?
Yes, sir.
So if you think there's going to be a brush fire up towards Altoona, Astor area, you've got a unit moving that way already and sitting there ready to go.
We do, and the state also has, through the state of emergency that the governor has enacted, has brought some additional resources. More of it is to the south of State Road 60, which is the very end tip of Lake Kissimmee. Everything in the state is above 600 down there. So we're not quite there. The rains that we had come through lowered us from the 480s down below 450. But there are resources available to manage it. We have not reached the threshold of extreme fire conditions yet. The moisture content in the soil typically are slow-moving fires. But that's not to say that this will prevent all fires. It just prevents open burning. I will tell you, it's the cigarette out the window and motocross and different things in those areas that typically it's a spark or a weld or somebody just not being cognizant of their environment when they burn, or unattended open burning, things such as that.
How many fires have we had in the last?
We had 3 yesterday that the crews were able to get to very fastly and extinguish. We are in a ready posture, and we've told our crews call for help early. When they see smoke, we get as much information over the phones. The Florida Forest Service is responding as well. So we have a lot of resources available, and we have the options of upstaffing tankers and brush trucks. We're just not at that point yet of that brush response posture.
And I appreciate Commissioner Smith putting you on the spot. I mean, I see what you're trying to do. He's the professional. Is it your professional opinion? But I also think that there is a value to everybody kind of coming to the table with their own concerns. And I think that this is not one of those scenarios where, because your opinion right now is, well, based on this, do we need a burn ban? Yet there are other people who have concerns that we should have one, that it just adds that added protection. So, I personally favor it. I think it's a smart thing to do. I think it's the prudent thing to do right now. I understand you being, I don't know which one is the conservative side. I was going to say, I appreciate you being conservative, but I'm not sure which one is the more. I think maybe where I'm coming from is, in this case, is let's just be safe rather than sorry, and take into account that fuel load. That's the part that I just don't think is built into this, and the fact that proximity of the other counties that are in the extreme index. Is there any chance the state is going to change how they do this as far as?
So they continually improve that, but we are using state-of-the-art satellite technology to look at that moisture content, and there are meteorologists in the state that look at this daily. So there are areas in the state that are truly in extreme wildfire conditions. Lake County isn't in one of those yet.
But what about the fuel side of it? Do they not, why is that not built into this?
Yeah, so it's the moisture content and the rate of ignition of that dead fuel. It will burn, it's wilted, some of it still has moisture in it, but it will rebound in the spring. But again, it's not the dangerous fuel load like the down limbs and down trees and things like that. It is what we consider light fuel at the moment, and most residents are burning that stuff in a small fire pit currently that has been, killed in their yard. But it's the human behavior that we're trying to legislate to prevent the wildfire. But those conditions of the drought index currently and the mapping of the fire dangers, Lake County is in a moderate. We haven't yet reached a high threshold of wildfire danger.
And I would like to respond to Commissioner Campion is, I like to manage my facts. I'm not putting him on the spot. I'm asking him his professional opinion on a situation he's very well attuned of. I can only assume that the state enacted its emergency response for the southern half of the state because they're in a high, they're in a very high fire danger is the reason why the state had brought in some extra resources, not because of the northern part, it's all because of the southern part. And I truly believe that your professional opinion, I'm going to put a lot of weight on that. I appreciate it. It's something you do every day. We do not do this every day, so we're taking what you're telling us, at least I am, to heart. So thank you very much for that.
Commissioner Parks.
And I really, truly value your professional experience as well. This is what you do and what you know. So you may be already on this, a question that I'm going to ask. I've heard about a system that's in, I think it's Travis County, Texas, that a lot of the counties in Texas are now following. It's a AI. I mean, I know AI is the word of the day, but good or bad. But it is an AI-based system that they're raving about as far as accuracy in predicting where fires will occur. Down to some of the I guess certain less than a square mile area. That kind of accuracy. And so I'm wondering if you have not already looked at it, if you could look into something like that. And it may help in this kind of situation where you're giving us reports, and I think at this point maybe you give us reports every week or every other week, where you can break out certain areas, and maybe you have the burn ban in that particular sort of micro area part of Lake County based off of some AI data that you receive through this model or your own data. It doesn't have to be what you use in Travis County.
Sure.
But maybe that's what we do. Maybe there's a certain area today that you think could be the highest probability in Lake County, and the burn ban is enacted in just that area instead of the whole county, something like that. So what do you think?
Yeah, I'll put this one slide back up there. It doesn't go to the level of what you're talking about, but these numbers that you see here in the category to the right is similar to what you're describing. Is less than 25% of the county right now is over the 500 threshold. So the state has that ability, but to put that out to such finite detail in the county would be problematic on their website. But it's something that we would love to have for forecasting, because from Astor to Four Corners, there's a lot of geography that has different type of fuel loads and population densities and interface with wildland fire. And so, yeah, we would encourage that. And as that AI technology comes available, it'll be incorporated into it. And we use it in other areas as well. We have a program that we're working right now on medical emergencies, the likelihood should an ambulance move. So we're tapping that technology to truly be a data-driven organization.
Yeah, I think you could buy into that for $1,800, I think, and have access to that system.
I will look into that. I
Okay.
appreciate that intel. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sure.
I think that's fascinating, especially if we're looking at changing the ordinance, and maybe if we have the technology then to support having specified areas within the county that have the burn bans. Because when I look at this number, I see 22% are in the high extreme. So we know in those areas, if somebody burns, then we're taking some real chances.
Right, and I can't tell you with confidence where that 22% of the county is above 500, but The majority of the county is below that threshold currently. 75% of the county is below the 500 threshold. But that is not to say we couldn't have a significant fire, because it could be in one of those areas, or it could be an area that has a significant amount of fuel load. But for the most part, the county is below that 500 threshold that we have in ordinance.
And am I understanding correctly that cities can enact their own burn bans?
Yes, sir.
Has any city in Lake County enacted a burn ban?
Groveland really doesn't allow any open burning, nor does Orange County, but they still have the burn ban in effect. But I believe Claremont and Groveland, both of those municipalities, I believe, do not allow open burning anyway. But
Anywhere, at any time?
correct. But they've also, I believe, have enacted a burn ban of their own.
Of the cities that allow open burn, have any of them stopped the open burn because of the conditions we're in?
Not that I'm aware of. I've had conversations with the fire chief in Eustis, and he was in favor of, increased posture in some of those areas, but they have not enacted a burn ban in the city.
Okay, thank you.
And along those lines, though, being the District 4 Commissioner, most of my district is a forest. I mean, a huge part of District 4 is a forest. I mean, between the Seminole Forest and the Ocala National Forest. So we won't have cities in those areas. We are the jurisdiction over those areas. So,
So you mentioned something about changing an ordinance? I mean, this is the first I've heard about changing an ordinance. So what are we doing? We have an ordinance now that's working, and now you're just bringing, I want to discuss things before anything's done.
well, I'm not bringing forward an ordinance
Well, you
change
just
today.
said that you were going to change the ordinance.
No, I think you misunderstood.
I don't think so.
No, I think you misunderstood. I said that I think that we should look at an ordinance change. That's not, we're not doing an ordinance change. We're not considering
Well,
ordinance change.
apparently this is an emergency item that you.
No, what I brought is the possibility of a state of emergency so we could do a burn ban right now.
I believe that the state is correct. I'm with.
But the state,
Mr. Smith.
the state did enact a state of emergency.
Not in Lake County.
Yeah, it's the whole state.
We have the statistics that say we don't need a burn ban.
And that's fine, that's your opinion. I mean, you see it that way. I just see it as, I would prefer the burn ban. I feel better about the burn ban, knowing that so much of our county does have, 22% of our county is over that index. So I'm just asking you to look at the specific facts, and I guess, and it, I think the key is getting information out, but what I'm getting back from people is, well, then why don't we have the burn ban? We're putting the facts out to people, we're doing the social media.
Maybe I missed this. How long were we talking about doing the ban? If we move forward, how long was it?
So if you choose to add this item to the agenda, it would be a local state of emergency, and by statute, it cannot be longer than 7 days. It can be renewed. This particular draft of the ordinance would allow the chairman to renew it at the end of 7 days, or to terminate it early if, based on the recommendation of Chief Kilberry and the county manager, it was no longer needed.
I'm okay with 7 days. I mean, it's 22% of the counties in that sector, so 7 days is not a big issue for me. If we have an agreed party that's like, hey, this is going to affect me in a serious way, then I would be a no, but I don't have knowledge of somebody who's going to be adversely affected by the burn ban, so I'm fine moving forward for 7 days.
So the
We're literally here
draft.
with 7 days.
Sorry, the draft is on the screen. It would apply to all incorporated and unincorporated areas unless a municipality has issued a burn permit. And then at the bottom, you can see that it would ban open burning, which would be campfires, bonfires, unpermitted controlled burns, burning of yard and household trash, burning of new or old construction debris, burning of organic debris, and lighting of fireworks and sparklers, again, during this 7-day period, which could be extended. You could certainly change the applicability, you could change the types of things it would prohibit in that 7 days. So this is just a draft.
What I'm going to propose is that and having seen what happened in the 98 fires, that's a study for all of Florida, what happened in 1998 with the fires. I understand the concern and am worried about that, but I also want to respect the process as well here with you being our expert. So I'm wondering since we're meeting next week, literally a week from today, if it's possible that you could come back with some recommendations on localized areas based off of your technical knowledge and your expertise, and maybe we enact a burn ban in those areas only. If that's something that, if you would be comfortable doing, we could do literally a week from today.
Yeah, and the state may have that availability. I'm intrigued by the Texas model. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I know that for them to publish 22% as above 500 tells me they know more than we do at the local level. It's the average thereof. And it's just the drought index. It's not the fuel load.
Right.
So that, I want the board to understand, there is risk. We are in wildfire season. We had 3 or 4 fires yesterday. We just aren't in the conflagration conditions of just a book of matches throughout the county. But there are areas, as Commissioner Campion mentioned, that are above that threshold. But there's also areas that are well below as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that suggestion, and I guess that's where I was going with this, is that we do this as a stopgap, and then we bring back something that would be more a modification to our existing ordinance, such as what Commissioner Parks suggested. And this just gives us that period of time between now and the next meeting to see if we can get that language in place.
And if
So I think Commissioner Parks was saying wait until next week with your recommendation. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yeah, I was going to suggest just wait a week.
Wait a week until we get the real data from the fire chief and.
Sure, I'll look into it, and what I'll do is, because of the concern of the commission, we're going to move to a BR2 response. So we're going to send additional resources right out the gate for anything until I report back, just to give you added comfort. And I serve at your will, and I appreciate it, and I'll come back with as much information I can for you to make informed decisions.
Okay.
And when you come back, can you please explain how you, when your fire chiefs say, hey, we have a potential up here, what your action items are at that point?
I sure will.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. And again, I think this is a good discussion. I think that this is, and I think hopefully next week, maybe we have something then that we can work with. And in the meantime, I just urge everybody to be super careful. And, if you're planning to burn, just wait. Just wait. It'll still be there, and you can take that project on.
And yet, to your point on now, I mean, we could do, extra communication efforts. They love communications.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's just that you're going to get, what you're going to hear back from people is, well, then why don't we have a burn ban? So, but we just need to let them know. It's I look at that map and I see those counties all above us, and then I see the counties all below us, and then Volusia, and here we are sandwiched in between, and then we've got these areas that actually have the high risk, and to me, it just seems logical, but that's where I was coming from. Okay. All right, moving on then to our tab 1, which is, Mr. Cooney isn't with us today, but Christy Mullane is.
Thank you. Yes, Christy Mullane with the Lake County Clerk's Office. We recommend approval of 2 sets of minutes for you.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes. And moving on to citizen question and comment period. During this part of our meeting, we can hear from the public on items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of anything that's a zoning type item. Anyone that's joined our meeting through Zoom, you can participate by pressing *9 and then raising your hand. Click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. And then we allow 3 minutes for speakers, and we just ask that you wrap it up when you hear the buzzer go off. And I've got a few speaker cards. Let's see, the first one is Cindy Newton.
Gotta come way down. Good morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. First of all, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Parks for being the speaker at the Passion Flower chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society, February 14th. Taking time out on Valentine's Day meant a lot. And Eco Expo went very well last Saturday, February 21st. It was a beautiful day. Hickory Point venue was very welcoming. Park staff did an excellent job with site prep, logistics, follow through the entire day. There were approximately 48 vendors set up, including many of the Lake County entities like Keep Lake Beautiful, Parks and Trails, the Water Lab, Mosquito and Aquatic Plant Management, Water Resources, Water Authority, just to name a few. There were over 600 visitors besides the vendors, and many left better informed with a lot of information and a lot of positive views of some things that are going on in Lake County. And thank you, Commissioner Sabatini, for attending. We appreciate you bringing your family and spending some time. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Farmer Banks Helfrich.
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day, the freeze that happened roughly 3 weeks ago. Your plants, your trees are stressed out. Leave them alone, just water them. You don't have to worry about fertilizing them. Wait until they start sprouting and pushing out new buds, and then clip them right above the buds. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, Heidi, the pig farmer, spent 4 years and thousands of dollars attempting to get a permit from Lake County. She was approved by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Services. She was also approved by the United States Department of Agriculture. She had a problem with Lake County. I heard her tell her story. I pulled her aside and I said, Heidi, let's find a way to come up with a solution. She obliged. First thing we did was get on the phone with the Honorable Commissioner Parks for 17 minutes. That led to me reaching out to a lawyer friend of mine who works within government, who works with land use, and he referred Heidi to Meg at the Lake County Planning and Zoning Department. Heidi then ended up taking a trip up here to Tavares, spent the afternoon filling out the proper paperwork, paying the fee, paying the fine, and this past July, she presented at the Planning and Zoning Board right here in this room. There was some opposition from her neighbors. Now granted, she lives in the Green Swamp, she has 20 acres, it is zoned agriculture. There was some support. Some of her friends, myself, stood up in support and showed how a positive impact of her regenerative farming would help out the community. It was approved 4-1, moved on to this board, this very board, in August of last year. Again, she presented. Again, there was slight opposition. There was, on the other side, some support. Her neighbors, her friends, I also stood up and supported. It was approved unanimously, 4-0, and she now has a conditional use permit to raise her pigs in a regenerative way, in sand pits rather than mud pits, to humanely take that meat and process it, to prepare it and to cure it, and then ultimately to serve it on her property. This is a seed to solution success story, and this is what I do really well. I help people, citizens, get through the intricacies of government from federal to state to county to local municipalities. Government does not have the answer for everything. However, government's purpose is to serve the citizens. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, advocate for South Lake County, candidate for State House District 25. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Susan Fetter.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Susan Fetter in Leesburg, and I'm kind of wanting to echoing some of Cindy's comments. I'm the president of the Lake County Conservation Council, and we organized last weekend's Eco Expo, and we had such a great opportunity for citizens from all around the county and a lot of people out of the county come and learn about some of the great things happening here. And we learned about the animals that live in the area and how to do regenerative farming, how to protect our waterways, everything that you need to know to understand how to make Lake County work. We had it on site. And we want to thank you officially as a president of the council for your generous sponsorship or support. The park staff and the Lake County Water Authority staff that participated were amazing and really facilitated a great event with about 700 people on site. So thank you, and we hope to see you next year.
Thank you, and great job. And I would have been over there, but I was at an FFA event over Mount Dora, but I heard great things about the event and appreciate you guys putting that all together.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a busy weekend. There was a lot of events going on.
lot.
We got that many people on site when there was things in Howie, there was things in Euless, there was things all over the place. So we felt pretty grateful for the event. One of the things, my favorite parts was the county water authority staff that showed up with 2 little fish tanks, one with minnows and one with mosquito larvae, and the kids got to feed mosquito larvae to the fish to see it, just a real key part of our waterfront ecosystem in action.
Very good.
Anyway, there's just a lot going on, so we hope to see you all next year.
Thank you. All right, Manuel, and you're going to have to help me with the last name.
I am Manuel Mejia. I'm a resident of the Shockley Heights section up in the Colorado National Forest, north of Umatilla, north of Altoona, to be more precise. I'm here to seek out a clarification to an article that was published in the Outpost on February 19th. The Shockley Heights Community Club is in the process of evicting 4 elderly campers with illnesses from their homes, one who has been living at his home for 10 years, on the grounds that the campsite that is operated by the Shockley Heights Community Club is not zoned for being a campground. Now, there's a bit of and supposedly, well, it's not supposedly, code enforcement had informed the Shockley Heights Community Center that the campsite wasn't supposed to be there. However, when you look through the property appraiser records, the location of the campsite is marked as an RV campsite. So there's a bit of a confusion between the two. Now, the residents were given a 14-day eviction notice, which they got only on the 2nd day, so they actually have only 12 days to move. And currently, their utilities have been partially shut down. Shutting down utilities as a tool for eviction seems to be a violation of Florida statute 8367, passed in 2016 by the legislature. You're not supposed to be shutting down utilities as part of an eviction proceeding. Supposedly, the eviction, well, is ongoing. The code enforcement's going to pay a visit to these individuals to see if they're gone. And they are in the process of vacating, but due to health and other issues, they can't. Now, my question is, based on the article from the Outpost, to which I'm going to be issuing a rebuttal, is code enforcement aiding or saying that they can go outside Florida statutes to carry out this eviction? Because apparently the methodology being used to evict these individuals is not within state statute.
All right.
I yield my time.
Okay, yeah, and we'll answer the question, although I don't know that we're going to go back and forth. I think what we're going to do is respond to that since you raised the question, so we can give you some clarification.
Right.
All
I'm
right.
going to be doing an article in the paper.
Okay, and this hopefully will help make sure we have
factual
all the facts. Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate you coming here today and bringing that information, and I'm going to ask the county attorney if she'll help us respond to that.
So we do have an active code enforcement case against this particular property. What happens with code enforcement is we issue a notice of violation, allowing the property owner a certain amount of time to cure or to come in and apply for proper permits if that's the case. Lake County Code Enforcement does not issue eviction notices. We do not evict people. We do not shut off utilities. None of that would be coming from us. If eviction notices were issued by a property owner to tenants on the property, that is a completely separate process that goes through the court system and is governed by other statutes. Lake County Code Enforcement does not evict people. That's not what we do. We issue a notice of violation. They have the time to come into compliance or apply for permits. If they do not come into compliance, then there is a hearing held in front of a special master, a code enforcement special master, who, if he finds that there's a violation, will issue an additional amount of time to come into compliance. If they still do not comply, at that point, the county has the option to file for an injunction with the circuit court. But we don't evict people. We don't bring the sheriff out there. We don't make people leave. Again, that's an issue between the property owner and whoever may be residing on the property, and we do not shut off utilities because we are not a utility provider. So again, there is an active case. Typically, this board does not get involved in active cases because it's a quasi-judicial process handled by a special master. But he can certainly reach out to code enforcement and get more information as that process goes along.
Okay.
Legal counsel has been contracted by some of the campers over the matter.
Then what happens,
Statute.
right, then what happens at that point is that their legal counsel can contact my office, and we will work through the legal counsel with whatever their issues may be. Our staff will not talk with another party if they are represented by counsel.
Right. I don't
Okay.
know what the status is by the campers. Any further questions?
No, but thank you for being here, and I hope that offered some clarification.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Appreciate that. And I know that takes about, I'm going to say 35 minutes for you to get from Shockley Heights to here about. I was up that way yesterday, so.
And I am a neighbor, so I believe in neighbors helping out other.
Certainly.
That's what makes this county such a wonderful place, because we help our brothers and sisters.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know our code enforcement is always really mindful of that, trying to work with people, even though they may need to get something fixed, they try to work with them to get through that process. So thanks again very much for being here today. I needed,
And bless you all for all the work you do.
thank you. Do we have anyone online that has called in to speak? I think we do.
Vicky Cashwell, please unmute your line and state your name for the record, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. So I'm actually calling in reference to, this is Vicky Dewey. I live at 10904/10908 Evmore Drive, but I'm calling in reference to Postal Colony Road. And it's for a friend of mine that's been being blocked off. She's on old property as I am. And as you well know, a lot of this property out here has been landlocked. And so there's, people have to travel over other people's property. However, she's had a really tough time trying to navigate this. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention to see if y'all could help her with this. So I'm referencing Section 35, Township 23, and Range 25, and it's actually Tract 6. So Tract 6 was actually split off back in the 1920s, it looks like. And so her property and her and her husband's property is the east half of Tract 6. The west half of Tract 6 is owned by another lady that is now, that actually her side of the property is Postal Colony Road. So Postal Colony Road off of Green Swamp Road, and it goes to Lake Nellie Road. So the part off of Green Swamp Road, it's a dirt road, it splits off, and they already only have a small portion to get into their property, but now it's being blocked off. She's contacted several departments in the county. She's actually been trying to work with code enforcement, but it's really not going anywhere. They're allowing her to block it off with gates and fences and stuff like that. So it's become a burden because they've had their property since 1986. And the lady that's now blocking it, she bought hers in 1999. And on the warranty deed, I'm reading it right now, it even says it's subject to easements, restrictions, and reservations of record, if any. So I did a public records request, which I got back yesterday, and the deed is from, it's actually Plat Book 8, page 31, where it shows the Postal Colony Company designated certain alleyways, and it specifically says alleyways and roadways for public use. Postal Colony Road is a road, but it's not county maintained. But that should not affect this lady being able to put up a gate with a lock that they have to get out of their vehicle to come and unlock in the middle of the night for no reason. It's not her property. So how do we determine what to move forward with this? Because she's not getting a lot of answers, and it's becoming a problem because now apparently code enforcement went and told the lady, oh yeah, your neighbor's the one that called us, and allowing her to do this. And it's not okay because it's a burden to them to have to get out of their vehicle for a roadway that they've traveled for the last 20-30 years to get to their property, and now it's being blocked off.
Okay,
So,
all right.
is there anything you could suggest for her to do or who to talk to?
Okay, we're going to work on this. I'm going to turn it over to the county attorney.
Ms. Dewey, if you can give me her name, then I can talk with the code enforcement department and get the more information on the issues. What is the individual's name?
Her name is Naomi. It's Naomi and Chris Bowles, and they've been speaking with James in code enforcement. He's the one that's over the code because she had called code enforcement, and she's also been speaking to the director of code enforcement. And it's really not going anywhere. So
All right,
yeah, if you could, and
I'll
I
follow
think
up
she's
with
online too. She may be speaking next. I don't know.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll follow up with code enforcement, and then we'll get back to Mr. and Mrs. Bowles.
Okay, thank
appreciate
you,
that. Thank
and
you.
we will work on this, okay? Do we have anyone else online? No, okay, all right. So Melanie, you're going to look into this. Okay, all right, so that concludes our citizen question and comment period. We're going to move on to our presentation of proclamations. So we have a proclamation designating March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month, and I wondered if we could have a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, and all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Yay for the Irish. And we have with us Greg Sean Canning, correct? And I'm going to come down and read the proclamation and present it to you, and then I'm sure you have a few things to say. All right.
Can't believe it's been a year since we did the last one. That was a year ago. That's wild. Do you remember that?
I do. And let the record reflect that Sean is the correct Irish way to spell S-E-A-N.
Is it really?
Can I comment on that?
Oh, you're gonna, oh no, wait a minute.
Opened up a can of worms.
All these years.
You're both right and wrong. S-E-A-N in Irish is pronounced shen, and it means old.
Oh, man.
Sean
He's definitely old.
is S-E-A father N. You have to have a father over the A. So S-E-A father N is Sean, meaning John. So without the
I wanna go with
father,
that one.
It's old. With the father, it's John.
So you now have to start adding that.
So is it, so I.
You are old,
So I say Father Sean?
In Gaeilge, we have a lot less consonants, but we have twice as many vowels as English does. So A and A father are two separate vowels. So if that explains.
Okay.
All right, so I
Old Parks.
gotta change it then.
Yeah.
I gotta do some, so I'll get with you on that.
Old Parks.
And I get the honor of reading this because my maiden name is Shamrock, so somehow that makes it appropriate that I'm the one that is reading this proclamation. All right. Whereas by 1776, nearly 300,000 Irish nationals had immigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence. And whereas 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent and 3 signers were Irish-born, and whereas 22 presidents have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage, and whereas in 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House, and served as one of the supervising architects for the construction of the Capitol. And whereas Irish-born Commodore John Barry was recognized by the United States Congress in September of 2002 as the first flag officer of the United States Navy. And whereas the Irish first came to Spanish La Florida in the 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, and then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators. And whereas 3 of the Spanish governors of La Florida were Irish military officers, and whereas Richard Arthur, an Irish-born priest from Limerick, who was appointed parish priest for St. Augustine in 1597 and ecclesiastical judge of La Florida, established the first public school in America and opened it to both boys and girls of all races. And whereas Irish Americans, since America's inception, have provided and continue to provide leadership and service to this nation's political, business, and religious establishments, and whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida proclaims that Lake County does hereby proclaim March 2026 as Irish American Heritage Month, and a copy of this proclamation shall be spread upon the minutes of this meeting and shall become effective upon adoption this 24th day of February, 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, a pleasure. Just before I begin, just to tell you a short thing, you know. My wife is Italian-American, and we just celebrated our 52nd wedding anniversary. What a lucky woman she is. But 52 years ago when we got married, she said to me, I have but one request. We are going by the English form of your name. She said, I can't be married with a name I can't pronounce. But my actual name is Grihoshana Kananon. Totally different. But anyway, Giagrich Ermagin, good morning. And Chair Campione, County Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Gurumahagud, I thank you for this honor. On behalf of the Irish community in Florida and the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the oldest and largest Irish organization in the world, tracing our roots back to the 1500s as the Ribbon Societies, I would like to express my gratitude for your kind consideration in designating March as Irish American Heritage Month. St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, is without question the biggest celebration of a national day across the globe. Throughout American and Canadian cities, in Ireland, the United Kingdom and Germany, Norway, Denmark, Australia and New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, Nigeria, Grenada, and even on the Caribbean island of Montserrat, the only other country in the world to declare St. Patrick's Day a national holiday. People will be celebrating this occasion and proclaiming themselves Irish for the day. This proclamation coincides with festivities that are currently underway as Irish Americans once again gather to celebrate their heritage throughout the state of Florida. During the month of March, Irish Floridians proudly reflect on the legacy of their Irish forebears, who have contributed significantly in the areas of education, business, sports, literature, science, engineering, medicine, law enforcement, and the arts. These are just some of the contributions that have been made not only by the Irish, but by so many ethnic and racial groups who came to these United States from the four corners of the world and who have assisted in developing this great country of ours. As the current National AOH Deputy Secretary, the Florida State Secretary, past National Director of the Southern States, and past Florida State President of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, I would like to acknowledge the esteemed honor the county commissioners have bestowed upon all Irish Americans living within this county and the great state of Florida. Guramahagad agus lo Elapadric Fehanagwich. Thank you, and have a blessed St. Patrick's Day. And can I just state something? I believe it was last year or the year before, and I was in Polk County, and I forget what jurisdiction it was, but it was my second year traveling there to accept a proclamation. And when I walked in, the city manager said, Sean, welcome back. But we have to tell you, we've now learned how to tell the difference between Irish Americans and Irish born. And I said, oh my God, do tell. He said, we ran our first St. Patrick's Day dinner, and we had two choices of a menu, corned beef and cabbage and a full chicken dinner. And as we went to introduce ourselves to the citizens, we found out that most of the Irish Americans were lined up for the corned beef and cabbage, and the Irish born was lined up for the full chicken dinner. In Ireland, our St. Patrick's Day dinner is very much like what you do for Thanksgiving, but just a point. Anyway, Guramahagad, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next year when we do this, we need to do it with a proper pint of Guinness in front of each of these commissioners and our staff. If not, it's not a real Irish celebration.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion, actually, but I'll leave it open for future.
Well, that was great. I have to remember how I'm supposed to pronounce your name now.
I'm going to get my name changed. Sounds
Jen.
Okay, all right. Clerk of Courts consent agenda. Christie.
Thank you. We recommend approval of items 1 through 3.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That brings us then to consent agenda 4 through 21.
Want a couple things polled. Poll tab 5, please. And tab 7. Thank you. That's all.
All right.
I would move to approve the rest.
So that was 5 and 7?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we have a card on.
Hold on, we have a card on 16. And then 7. 5, 7, and 16. So do we have a motion for everything else?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then bringing back tab 5.
Yeah, what's the waiver of conflict? That's just another attorney at the firm? Is that what that is?
That's correct, yes. Chris is our lobbyist, but he has not gotten lobbied for any funding for Round Lake Road, so we don't see that there's a conflict with another part of their firm representing Pulte. Apparently, they've been a fairly long-term client of Gray Robinson.
Yeah, I'll be voting no on this. I understand it's like a sort of a legal fiction that there's no conflict, that, this attorney is really not involved with this case, but you got a major firm working for one of the largest home building companies in the country, who I don't trust. The same company, same CEO who pushed for a 50-year mortgage. I don't support them or what they do. And so, I get it's a legal fiction. Our lobbyist is not actually working on that case, but it's like you're all on the same seesaw, basically. And literally these big firms, we've seen this with Gray Robinson in the past, where literally they were lobbying for Orange County, yet working with the state senator of the Democrat Party in the same county to kill the priorities of Orange County and Tallahassee. I've seen it before. I don't like it. And even if our lobbyists aren't quite literally working on anything for Pulte, I just don't. I don't like it. I think we need an independent firm that doesn't have profit-sharing agreements with companies that possibly are conflicted, even if it's something minor like this. So I'll be voting no, and that's it. I mean, I just don't feel comfortable with it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's one of those areas that it's hard, as a lawyer, you understand how you can separate conflicts within a firm, and then there's the appearance side of it where it feels, it makes you feel uneasy. So I think it's, I understand Commissioner Sabatini's position.
Yeah, so do I understand. I think and I'm glad you're bringing that up. Some counties have their own lobbyists. They don't even do, on staff, they don't do contracts anymore because of that issue, exactly because of that issue. But, moving today, we need to,
You mean they have their own, like, in-house?
yeah, their own person, legislative affairs person.
Usually the bigger counties.
Oh,
Well, there's some
Now that we are becoming one of the biggest counties, we're in the top 25% now. We're the 17th or 16th largest county, so.
but yeah, it's hard. It kind of feels icky when you have like somebody arguing for one thing and then they turn around and then they argue for
They're
another thing,
on
and
the
it's,
other- yeah.
it really doesn't feel right.
So Grave Robinson is on a 3-year contract, correct? And we're on their last year.
That is correct. They will be going out to bid this year.
All right. So do we have a motion to approve the waiver of conflict?
I make a motion to approve waiver of conflict.
Second.
Okay.
And the discussion is, we've done this in the past. I know that there's been some anxiety over it, and there's opportunities coming up in the near future to correct it. So I don't think there's any reason to slow down the process today for this request, and we can hash this out later on.
Okay. Just to get a little bit more clarification on when it says the Round Lake Road project from south of Wolf Branch Road to north of State Road 44, does that mean that, I guess, there is a project that Pulte is working on in that location? I mean,
That's my
it's not
assumption.
something that's come to us yet.
I'm assuming that Pulte is probably under contract and has not purchased the property yet. That's my assumption. I do know that, I don't know if we've got Public Works here, but they have been working with some large acreage property owners out there to acquire the right-of-way that we need for that road expansion. I'm not sure if Pulte's one of those or they're under contract with one of those.
And if we were not to approve this, what happens then?
Pulte would retain eminent domain counsel through another law firm.
Not the end of the world.
At the end of the world.
Obviously, it's a huge practice in Orlando. You get a lot of eminent domain lawyers, so.
Yeah, it's,
Okay, so I got a motion, and there's been a second, so I think the prudent thing to do would be to take a vote, and then the way I think it's going to go, another motion comes up.
all those in favor of the waiver of conflict, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say aye.
Aye.
So was that a 3-2? It was a 3-2. Okay, so the waiver of conflict passes.
Shen was the swing vote.
I mean, and I'm really glad you brought it up. I'm all for looking at what to do forward. I mean,
Yeah, I'm fine really either way. I just wanted to make the point. We gotta just have a broader conversation about potential conflicts and all that.
And that's
welcome
good
that.
to know that all that happens is they just go get another law firm. Okay, thank you for that.
Anytime.
Okay, all right. Moving ahead then.
And
to
then 7
tab
was the other
7.
one I pulled. Yeah, I wanted to get, obviously, I totally trust our county to tell us when it's worth settling these cases, but I didn't get a chance to chat with them about the specifics of this one. Obviously, it's a slightly higher settlement in the realm of settlements, considering sovereign immunity. It's 125. So I just wanted to maybe get a few notes on that and why, the liability looked clear. And, obviously, I'm not against voting for it, but I just didn't get a chance to learn about it before the meeting.
So this is related to a motor vehicle accident involving one of our fire trucks that did hit gas stations, pumps at a gas station. So this is to settle the claim with the gas station property owner for the damages at the gas station.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, do we have a motion? I think we.
Move to approve.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Then moving then to tab 16. This is a recommendation to approve the acceptance of public right-of-way and easement deeds that have been secured in conjunction with the development, roadway, and stormwater projects. This, I'm a little confused, because this says Britt Road update on this card. This is Cindy Newton, tab 16, and you have on here Britt Road update? Yes, but I'm confused, because tab 16 is the acceptance of right-of-way and easement deeds. Is this related to Britt Road, Jeff?
Jeff Fairhart with Engineering. One of the properties that we're accepting is the Britt Road property.
Okay.
That's one of the ones in the list.
And Cindy, are you just asking for an update on where we're at on Britt Road?
Cindy Newton, District 4. There's a lot of discussion about this online with a lot of misinformation.
Oh, imagine that.
It's surprising, I know. So I thought it was a good time to have an update. One of the questions is, will there be enough right-of-way to the south end of the damage to then align the road?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion for approval?
Make a motion to approve.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And just by way of update, we're very close to having the state sign off on the bidding process, which hopefully then takes about 30-ish days, and then thereafter, they start. So we are very close to a start day, and we will certainly make sure that information gets out to the public, and we can at that time, show some diagrams and maps and all of that to show that final design that could help at least put to rest some of the issues and misinformation that is circulating out there. All right, moving along then to tab 22, presentations. Meg Brew, Economic Development Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Meg Brew, Director for the Office of Economic Development. As is our tradition every February, I am delighted to welcome my friend, colleague, and favorite Scotsman, Neil Hamilton, to present our 2026 economic forecast. Neil serves as the Vice President for Research and Strategy with the Orlando Economic Partnership, where he is truly a wealth of information with a robust understanding of economic data and a talent for contextualizing complex information. I hope that you will enjoy his presentation this morning. Neil? And I will get you the clicker.
Thank you, and good morning. I think we're going to have all the accents.
I was going to say, we're getting all the dialects and a lot of different.
Scottish will have had 4 languages.
Yeah, just say something in Scottish in that way.
Thank you, and I think this is my 3rd time.
I believe
on the
so.
Commission, so I really appreciate the invitation. I think if I get a 4th opportunity, maybe I'll wear my kilt like my Irish cousin here, who's left, unfortunately. But so today, I think, my job is to cut through the noise for the Commission. I think there's been a lot of noise this past year, 18 months. So what I'll be focusing on today is, what if the noise matters to Lake County? What trends am I seeing that the Commission I need to be aware of? So I'm going to follow the same format as I have in the past, which is to look at national outlook, followed by the state and region, followed by Lake County specifically. And I do that because, I'm a firm believer that Lake County is part of Central Florida is part of the state is part of the U.S. So everything in my kind of world kind of cascades down. We'll start with the national outlook, and I want to thank Meg and Kathleen. They allowed me an extra day to submit this presentation. We just got the fourth quarter GDP data on Friday for the country. That's going to be a theme through this presentation. We've actually, because of the government shutdown late kind of October, November timeframe last year, my world is in disarray. So we're waiting on some data, we're filling in some gaps, but I'm going to do my best job I can. The U.S. economy last year, it slowed. I think that was to be expected. It came out at 2.2%, down from 2.8%. And there was a lot of reasons for that. I think early in the year, out of the gates, we had that huge inflow of imports and, reacting to the tariff announcement. So that messed with the data early on in the sense that how GDP is calculated, an inflow in imports drags down GDP growth early. We then sort of moved on through the year. There was uncertainty in the market, policy volatility with the new old president, I should say. And then as we move forward through 2025, I think the reduced government spending, that was well telegraphed. We expected that. But then sort of June, July timeframe onwards, so mid-year, I think we began to see some cracks in the labour market, some softer consumer spending data. And I think that's continued through the latter half of the year. January, we got a big bounce. I'm not reading too much into it right now. I think a lot of it was healthcare, which is actually a good thing for Lake County and that you're well represented in healthcare. But without healthcare, we don't add many jobs in January in the country. Consumer spending, like I said, it softened. It did not fall off a cliff. We went from 2.9 to 2.7, but there are some gathering thoughts that the consumer, I spoke last year about cumulative inflation, not so much that you wake up and everything's more expensive, it's just the kind of building impact of that inflation that's began to take its toll. The forecast, and I want to be as transparent as I can, there are very much two schools of thought moving forward for the U.S. economy. First, sort of glass half full perspective, and that which I kind of am more in line with, is we're going to rebound a little bit moving into 26. Reasons for that is inflation is going down. And I'm going to butcher this one, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that should bring some positive tax changes for the consumer, for businesses, lots of investment in AI, probably going to get a couple additional interest rate cuts moving forward, depending on how the Federal Reserve approaches it. So I think that all supports the notion of a rebound, a modest rebound. But the half-empty perspective says that the consumer is tired. We need to be careful that they don't break. I go towards the more positive side in the grounds that never write off. I've learned doing this for about 20 years, never to write off the U.S. consumer. People continue to spend even when sometimes there's uncertainty, there's volatility, market's not doing great. So I think the forecast, and this is a Wells Fargo forecast, not my own, 2.7, that would be in line with what the IMF is currently forecasting for the U.S. It would be above some of the other big banks, which are saying maybe closer to 2%, 2.1%. Again, I think I'm more bullish than maybe some people, but I think we'll be just fine. State of Florida, and we've come to expect this, we outperformed the nation through 2025. Labor market also softened in the second half. You see monthly average jobs went from about 12,000 new jobs in the state per month the previous year to just around 3,300, so a major slowdown. A lot of that is related to that slowdown in consumer spending. So the weakness we're seeing is in retail, it's in bars and restaurants. It's maybe people deciding to stay home rather than spend that extra money. Forecast for the state is, for much of the same, we'll continue to outperform the U.S., but I talk a lot about the growth premium. Historically, Florida has been good for about a percentage point in GDP over the U.S., and that's because of our sort of built-in growth drivers, wealth migration, population growth. Population growth is slowing. There was about a month ago, we got 2025 census estimates for the state. I'm at pains to point out, we are still a growth market, but it's a natural evolution. I think last year, the state of Florida, and it was an international and domestic migration went down. International was across the country. It was not a Florida-specific thing. Domestic, we really came down. I think we're becoming a victim of our success where our cost profile, our cost position has evolved. For me, it's a natural evolution. I'm not overly concerned about it, but I do think, the analogy I use is if the U.S. economy is on a pedal bike going up a hill, Florida is on one of these sort of e-bikes you see in your neighborhood with the kids, and our battery is population growth, it's wealth migration. That battery is kind of less robust. It's a little older than it used to be. So I think that's where we're at. That delta is probably going to fall to about 0.5 percentage point next year. So a little bit of a slowdown, but still outperforming the U.S. And you'll see job growth is slowing. A lot of reasons for that. I'll get into that in a bit. Job growth is slowing. Unemployment will pick up a little bit. Talk about the Orlando region. We're always a year behind in local data. We just got 2024 GDP data. We were the 8th fastest growing large metro in the U.S., far outpacing the U.S. So that takes us through 2025. Everything looking good. 2024, I apologize. 2025, that's where our survey work comes in. And as you know, we survey a couple of hundred businesses every quarter in the market, some from Lake County. Megan, I always appreciate them. They send that survey out for us. And that's a little bit of a primer on how to interpret this graph. Anything above 0 is positive. We ask the question, in terms of your performance, did your revenue increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to last quarter? So the reason we get to a net balance, which is the share, we throw out the people who say it was just the same, and we take the positives less the negatives. So the businesses that said they had positive performance, less those are negative, and that's the balance. So anything above 0 is positive. It means more businesses are positive than they are negative. And you see, starting Q4 or comparing Q4 24 through 25, the end of the year last year, we see everything slow, drifting down a little bit. Q3 was soft, but Q4 we rebounded, and I'll get some reasons for that, I think. What you'll see is innovation has gone through the roof in the last quarter. Employment has stayed stagnant. And so I always kind of reserve the right to call companies and say, what do you mean by this? So on innovation, it's interesting. When I call companies, they say, well, we're innovating with AI. AI is a huge trend. Companies are now, they think they can grow without adding jobs, and that explains the employment. So when people leave, maybe they'll retire or go to another firm, maybe 2 people leave, they're replacing them, they're trying to replace them with 1. And so AI is a huge emerging trend in the labor market. How it plays out, we don't know, but I think it's right now in real time. I think we're entering a new era of job growth, slower job growth, people trying to do more with less. And then my second chart on this, confidence. This brings us into the kind of political realms, but if you see the final quarter of Q4 or 2024, that was the presidential election, okay? So you see a huge spike in confidence in the U.S. economy, and that was because, wherever people fall politically, there was uncertainty. And then the election happens, President Trump was elected, and suddenly it's okay, we know with the rules of the game. There's some clarity in the direction the country is moving in, so they were very confident. But then President took office, starts with tariffs and some other uncertain elements, and so that's when that clarity sort of disappeared. So you see the U.S. economy going down, bouncing around a little bit. Q4, just before Christmas, does not pick back up, and that's because of the federal government shutdown. Whereas confidence in their own business, that is a slow drift. They're still very confident in their own business, local businesses, but entering the final quarter of 25 last year, they get to a point where they kind of normalize the uncertainty. They're like, you know what, this is just how it's going to be. And I can only look at my own business. The world is not falling in. Things are nudging along. So we're just going to look at our own performance and base our confidence on that rather than conditions outside of our control. So I think that's where we're at. Talking about the job market and locally, we only added about 4,000 jobs last year. That will probably get revised up coming in March. We'll get the final tally. And that is a significant slowdown from, I always think historically, we're good for about a good year is 30,000 jobs in this market, and by market, I mean the 4 counties of Osceola, Lake, Orange, and Seminole. Fell down again. The reason for that, softness in what I call consumer-facing sectors, retail, bars, restaurants, but then also the advent of AI, and I think that's something we're really going to keep an eye on. I think the days of hazy job growth are behind us. I think this will be the new norm. Fewer jobs, companies trying to grow without adding jobs sometimes. I worry about a sort of jobless expansion, if that's a term. But that's something we're just going to have to reconcile, companies doing more with less. The labour market itself, there's still a lot of demand for labour. What I've seen, when we see unemployment ramp up a little bit, up to 4.5% almost, that is, I think labour hoarding was a thing post-pandemic. So companies because they couldn't get any talent for a couple of years, they had to offer signing bonuses to get that talent. And so suddenly when conditions soften, they didn't want to let go of that talent. But now they are, because they think maybe AI can do it. So their labour hoarding is gone. They're beginning to release some people. And then the flip side of that is that's an opportunity. There's talent in the market that we haven't had for 3-4 years. So some companies are saying, yes, we're doing a lot more with AI, but also see some great candidates in the sidelines that we couldn't have attracted last year. So that's an opportunity for some. Lake County, very important point. Next month, we'll get the county and MSA version of the population data for 2025, and we'll really see where we land on that. Up through 24, Lake County population growth diverged from the state and the region in the sense that accelerated. The state and the region has slowed. I think we may not accelerate next year in Lake County, but I think we're going to slow less than the state and the region. And that's because people are choosing, we spoke about this last year, people are choosing Lake County. I think a lot of people in this market, even in Orange and Seminole, the biggest inflows to this county are from your neighbours. And I think it's, Commissioner Parks, I know a house in Claremont is still $400,000 or $500,000, but maybe in downtown Orlando that's $600,000 or $700,000. So I think that dynamic is still alive and well. This is the chart on the left is a really important one. The partnership and around the region, you hear us talk a lot about 1,000 new people every week to the region, or 1,500, and that is still true. Only it masks a changing dynamic of surging or declining domestic migration, surging international migration. And so you see in the chart on the left, in this region, we only added 780 net people domestically in 24, okay? And that was masked by a huge inflow of international arrivals. And so as we move forward, as we become more expensive, I'm really keeping an eye on the 25 local data. I can tell you the state only domestically attracted 22,000 people. So, but that has to be spread between 67 counties. So it's the same numbers. We just got to wait for the data to come. International will go down, I think, and I've got a slide here. Lake County is much less exposed to declining international migration. Only 14% in the past 3 years has come from overseas. Lake County draws its residents not even from other states, a lot of it from this market. Florida, Orange, Seminole, Miami. I've got a chart that will depict this in a minute. The IRS data, this is one of the casualties of the shutdown. We'll get 23 late March, so I think you've seen this data, but this is making the point. Again, you're getting your biggest inflows are from Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and South Florida, not outside of the state so much, although you're still getting plenty from New York, Chicago. Hopefully you can see that. It's not great on my screen. This is a map of the data I just showed you, but it's telling the same story, that the biggest inflows from South Florida, from Orange, Seminole, and that is critically important, because as domestic migration from other states slows, as international migration slows or declines, the fact that Lake County is getting the lion's share of its residents from Florida is a good thing, as long as your competitive position remains the same within within the market, and you don't, your $500,000 Mineola house doesn't become a $1 million Mineola house, if that makes sense. Talk about the economy, GDP for Lake County. Lake and Osceola last year were the two amongst counties in the state of Florida with at least 100,000 population, because I always filter for small counties. Lake and Osceola were the two fastest in the state. Osceola was more than Lake, but Lake at 6.3 was still about almost double the region, certainly more than the state. There's very, very clear logical thought process on what's driving that in the terms, if you follow the, a house is built in Lake County, that sends construction activity higher. Then it's sold to someone who moves here, drives real estate activity, and then they move in and they start spending. So those three sectors, say, drove 3/4 of GDP growth. And that's as you look at a consumer downtown, that's maybe not where you want to be in terms of sustainability. You always try and diversify. Slow down a little bit in employment, but still above for Lake County, but still above the region and the state. This is a very important chart. I wanted, so we get the question, are we making progress in diversifying the economy? So what I'm doing with this chart is taking a 5-year time frame, pre-pandemic 2019 versus 24, and that's the latest calendar full year. This won't be revised. We have, and asking the question: is Lake County growing its share of jobs in high-wage sectors? And the answer is yes. So if you look at the bottom, and I've sorted this from higher wage at the top to lower wage sectors as they pay wages in Lake County. So we are seeing a declining proportion of employment in retail, in the visitor economy, in hotels and bars, and more in manufacturing and construction. So this is all great, solid progress. But the caveat with that is those percentages towards in the service economy are still more than you have in the US. And that's just a function of how we've developed, how we've grown as a state. You've seen this chart. This is something that's not improving. You've seen this chart before, but I have updated it to look at a 5-year time frame. Still, and I won't call it the Achilles heel, but the challenge, the opportunity for Lake County is always to get more jobs in this market. I drove up here from Orange County. I looked at the other side of the highway, and I saw all the cars leaving. If you can get all those people to be working in Lake County, spending their money in Lake County, then your economy becomes more resilient moving forward. I think, so we're still about 70% are leaving the county every morning. And again, the delta is around 75,000 people between those two lines. I'm comparing the jobs that Lake County residents have versus the jobs that are at Lake County. And it's probably bigger, more than 75,000, because some of those jobs in Lake County companies are held by people in Orange or Marion. They're coming in here. So I think the delta is probably closer to about 100,000 people leaving. The labour market, it will soften moving forward. Like I said, unemployment is going up. We're shedding some people. Again, not a major issue, I don't think. I think what's going to buttress the Lake County market is healthcare. You've got a huge proportion. That's still the most active job postings. The caveat to that is, and at the partnership, we brought out a talent report just before Christmas, closing the gap. It's comparing the gap in the talent we have right now versus the talent we need in the future. And there's just like every other jurisdiction in this country, there are structural issues. We don't have enough construction people. We don't have enough healthcare talent. So even as unemployment ramps up, we're still not going to have those people. They're not born overnight. So there are going to be structural. You're still going to hear employers say, well, we can't find this person or that person. I think the hospitals are a good example of that. If you look at the job postings line, that's actually above, and we use this as a proxy for demand. That's above where it was pre-pandemic. That's not the case for state or the region. And that's because a lot of those healthcare providers in the county, they keep what I'm calling evergreen job postings. They never take them down because they always want to attract candidates to keep those job postings open. We've shared this chart last year. I've updated it, obviously. I think one of the commissioners had said, okay, well, it's logical that we're losing that the kids are in college, and that's a transient. So I've separated out. I did look back at the envelope calculations. I think in terms of the net loss of that coveted 25 to 34 demographic, it's actually improving a little bit, and it's less acute than it was last year. And again, I think that's some folks coming up from Orange and Seminole and deciding, at the partnership we have 3 or 4 young people work or live here, commute into Orlando every day. But it does have an impact on labor force participation. You only look at about 1 in 2 residents are actively in the labor market because a lot of them are retired. I would say that would vary by commission district. I think districts 1 and 2, South Lake, probably much higher than maybe your own, Commissioner Campion. So that's something, there's some detail to be there. When I closing up, I ran the latest forecast moving forward, looking at the next decade. Again, Lake, even in this slower job market, Lake is going to be one of the fastest growing labor markets and employment markets in the state. So I think as long as, that's third bullet, I'll kind of close on that. I think as long as this county continues to attract residents from the rest of Florida, and that certainly seems to be the case, then I think the future still looks positive for Lake County. Increasing diversification of the economy. Florida and Orlando will slow slightly, Lake County too, but I think you're still in great shape moving forward in 2026. Hopefully I've left enough time for questions.
Yes, I think we certainly do. You have a question?
Or if I've not addressed anything that you would like to see.
No, I think I really appreciate the presentation. It's super informative, especially helps us when we try to make policy decisions and looking at budget and what to do, thinking in the long term, I think is super, super important. And more of just a quick question and a comment. My quick question first is the value of the dollar and how that might affect some of the travel, because, one of the things we're trying to do is we do like people that come in and spend money for a couple of days and then leave to the county, as Ryan is smiling in the back. And I think that's going to be incredibly important. It could be even really important depending upon what happens legislatively in Florida with property taxes and things like that. So what do you see when it comes to the dollar internationally and maybe attracting visitors here? Will that help us a little bit?
For all the volatility, the policy uncertainty we've seen, the dollar is still the gold standard.
Yeah.
I think we'll be fine moving forward. I think tourism is a huge, I think we're guilty in this, certainly in Orange County, of thinking, taking tourism for granted. I think tourism is, when you talk about traded goods and versus primary sectors and versus local sectors, tourism brings money into the economy. I think tourism,
imports money, yeah.
Absolutely. It's the flow of wealth into, whether it's residents or tourism. I think and Lake County has a strong play. I see it every weekend I'm up here for kids soccer. I see all this money flowing into the county.
Well, that's good. I hope we that continues to improve for us. We need that money being imported, as you say. I like that, into the county. And I guess my comment is this slide 22 or slide 20. If you want to put that back up, I think that's super important as we're. That is the issue of the day, I think, and I would just say that that's the one about the 70% of the workforce moving.
Okay.
Yeah, that I think is.
You mean commuting?
Commuting out, yeah.
But
Yeah.
all right, so I got a question on
Yeah.
that. On that slide, though, that showed the Disney and Universal as the main employers, I think that, and I think you did allude to this, that it skews all of the rest of our numbers when you put that in there and then you average across the board.
It's a subset of the Orange County portion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that. We're so close geographically that it would only make sense that, and it's a younger group of people. And I was actually in Claremont downtown Claremont on Saturday for the Fallen Heroes run. That place was it was crazy. It was wonderful. People were having a great time, but it was the young crowd. It was definitely that 30 to 40 group primarily. And so they're living over in Claremont, and Mineola, and they're working, but it's all so close geographically in proximity that I used to see that number and think, okay, across the board, all of these people are leaving Lake County, but it's really primarily down in that area, not so much across the board throughout in Lake County. At least that's my extrapolation.
Perhaps I can take that as homework and get back to you on the kind of commission breakout. I think that would tell a deeper story.
Yeah, there is a lot of people. I mean, I haven't lived there many years now. Yeah, a lot of people do work at Disney and Universal, but it is still a problem when you have that many people moving, and it's not just Disney and Universal. They're going other places. I just think I think that's the focus of the day is trying to get some of those cars turned around. There's always going to be people leaving the county to go to. I mean, Universal and Disney is a great job. So
Right, but that slide looked like it was a very large percentage of the people that were commuting out of Lake. Whereas if you could break it down further so that we could further understand what other types of jobs are they leaving for? Because yes, if you can tap into that and use that workforce here in Lake County for companies in Mount.
What industries are there? Are they
Yes.
and to almost do some targeting there. I watched a video this weekend. It was Meg and Kathleen were doing a piece on Wellness Way, and I think it's fantastic that it's not there, but you're allocating some of these developments and big plans for commercial.
Well, and that's the key is sticking. And that's why I brought that up. Is the point of sticking with the vision that it takes many, many years to get the numbers turned around like this economically. I use the proverbial, it's a battleship. It takes many, many years of everybody trying to pull the same direction to get some of the numbers changed. So,
But if you look at it, the four people that were looking for employers, three of them were healthcare. And then our population is, and I know from the college perspective, so we're on board there, that's exactly where we're headed, is all healthcare.
And
Which is a concern for me,
But as an industry, healthcare is
great industry.
It's fantastic. I scared some people last week. That 4,000 jobs that we added net gain in the region last year, if you take away healthcare, which added 10,000, we lose jobs in this region. We'll lose jobs. That's unheard of. So healthcare, I think, it's also, to go back to that flow of money, healthcare, if people say, oh, it's a local industry, it serves the population. That's true. But if you follow the money in the insurance industry, I think it's just as traded as a lot of other. I think healthcare is a fantastic industry to be strong in.
Yeah.
That is higher paid jobs.
They are.
Again, you have those service level jobs that are down here. It's going to offset a lot of it to take care of the retirees.
yeah, and to your point, if you go for an innovator, or entrepreneur, or somebody that's younger, the younger generation, they're going to be more centered towards the Metro Orlando, and that's what we can change. I hope we change a little bit.
I do appreciate the chairman saying 30 to 40 is young, but I thought 40 to 50 was young.
40,
I
50
think
is young.
60 and under.
Remember, Sean's name literally means old, so I don't trust his opinion on this matter.
Also wise too. No.
And we just did some work in Osceola County for the NSF grant and the semiconductor work.
Yeah.
Looking at the story there, and they have a lot of healthcare in that area.
Yeah.
But the problem is they're parachuting people in, so we need to not do that either. Because it's not, how do you get that prosperity to the residents? How do you have them participate in it? And I think that's a similar challenge to here.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Very informative.
Yes, definitely. And and next year, every year, I understand you a little bit more.
Yeah.
So I rely heavily on your slides.
When I wear my
but-
coat next year.
We could come after we do this next year with the Irish American Heritage, and then you can bring your drink of choice.
The last, talking about my kilt, the last time I wore my kilt was in my wedding in Mount Dora. So I could try it out in Lake County again. I'm talking myself any trouble here.
And we'll see you tomorrow at the barbecue, right?
Yeah, so you coming?
You guys go? I was good. It's good. Yeah.
A great event. There's no program, so people love it.
All right, well, thank you, appreciate it. Have a
thank you.
safe trip back. All right, tab 23, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Morning. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald. I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. Lake County is currently undergoing a revision to its comprehensive plan. We're drafting new policies, goals, and objectives that will guide the county through the 2050 planning horizon. The county has entered into a contract with Kimley Horn and Associates to assist us in that undertaking. And with us today are Kelly Klepper, the Vice President, and Emily Thomas. She is a senior planner with the organization, and they're here to give a presentation and an update.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I will say no more green wrist, as I let Kathleen know I graduated anyway.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how is your
Yes.
eye doing?
Much, much better. I kind of feel left out today because I'm not Irish American, I'm not Scottish. I do have an accent.
What are you?
German American, East Tennessean.
Yeah.
That's a good combo.
It's its own kind of breed. I know there's
That was I'm not going to go there.
Anyway, I will say, if you are interested in an authentic St. Patrick's Day celebration, go to Enterprise, Alabama. One, they tout themselves as having the world's smallest parade and festival. They have one person in the parade, it's the Grand Marshal. They also have not a 5K, but a 0.5K race that also has beverage stops.
The Boll Weevil, is it the same?
0.5K.
I was at Fort Rucker for a while, so I know the town pretty well. Enterprise is a great little town.
I was going to say, it starts at the Boll Weevil and works its way down the street.
That's
So
cool.
it's classic if you've never seen it. Like I said, it's a tremendous amount of fun, especially, like I said, multiple beverage stops along a
That's cool.
0.5. Anyway, I'm here today. I'm actually very fortunate to have Emily Thomas. Emily is not only one of our senior planners, she's also one of our senior policy planners as well. And I jokingly refer to her sometimes as also the chief cat herder for all of our teams. She's been working on this project with me since day one, which is great because, not only has she been integral to helping facilitate with county staff, but also integral to the community outreach components. So she's become a face that is known at the workshops. And when we had our second round, Emily led those efforts. So she has a wealth of information and knowledge as it relates to this. Want to just kind of give you a quick overview of where we are, what we're doing. So what we're going to do at this point, and Emily and I are going to kind of swap out here in a little bit. We've talked about, where we are at this point is we've been working collaboratively with staff, not only on the review and the update based off of the initial assessments, but also updating our respective goals, objectives, policies. We have a lot of that information in final draft form that's being reviewed by the county departments as we speak, so there's kind of fatal flaw finals. Once we get the green light, of course, we will be going back out for that final, did we get it right? Discussion, as well as some additional online engagement opportunities. In working with Kathleen, Mike, Glenn, and the team, we are looking at a potential for an April timeframe for public hearings. So, again, that's part of the reason we've been working very diligently on the revisions, the updates, and ensuring what we're doing and how we're doing that. I will say that there's always the Senate Bill 180 in the back of our minds as we're kind of going through this. Kathleen and I were talking a little bit about some strategy on that we're going to continue to kind of flesh out as we go, just hearing that there's been a number of other communities that have received their null and void letters recently. So trying to be proactive on that front. So again, what we've kind of worked on up to this point, and for those of you who are interested, your comprehensive plan now looks like this. It's a little different than what we started with, but we've been going through from the ear-based, which was done previously, and building off of that. We've identified a few more things that have come across, I'll say the start line, based off of additional updates from the legislature. We did update and review a lot of the technical data that goes into supporting the data inventory and analysis, including the population. And I know you all had, and Emily's going to talk about this, a very robust vacant land use analysis, also a collaborative effort with the Regional Planning Council. We've had the 2 outreach meetings. I know several of you have participated in that information. It's been very well received, in our opinion. We've gotten a lot of great information. Again, this is one of the more robust outreach efforts with the number of responses we've received throughout this process. So kudos to this community for being concerned about their community. And we'll get into that a little bit too, and Emily's going to talk about, because working with staff, got a little creative and we started talking with high school students as well as part of this. So at the end of the day, so we do have recommendations not only from the matrix, but also for each of the elements that provides recommendations and revisions to the respective goals, objectives, policies based off of a number of things. Again, just kind of looking at what's been analyzed. Of course, we always look at traffic and transportation, looking at the long-range transportation plans, the transit plans. We get into potable water, talking with, of course, the jurisdictions and municipalities that are providing some of that service. The sanitary sewer component also gets into septic to sewer discussion. Stormwater, parks and recreation facilities, population, and of course, the land use. And I will say that there is an event at University of Florida on the rest of this week. And actually, myself and a couple of my teammates will be presenting on as it relates to surface and superficial waters, and also from a regulatory environment. So it's the UF's Water Symposium. It's really exciting, especially for a planner to be on land use, talking with a bunch of hydrogeologists and engineers about water, surface water, and things of that nature, and how it kind of works into the community process. So we're super excited to be a part of that group. So the community outreach, and I'm going to let Emily kind of give us a quick summary of that. Again, a very robust outreach effort that's yielded quite a few results.
Good morning. Through this effort, we really wanted to understand some of the challenges and opportunities that are perceived by residents in the county. And so we've held a few different sessions of community outreach exercises. Last summer in July and August, we held 3 open houses throughout the county with a quick presentation to introduce the project, as well as some activities to get feedback and input from residents. Then we also had an online survey which received 1,500 responses. And recently we held a second round of presentations to give an update to residents, and we will have 3 more towards the end of this process. So some of the things that we heard throughout these community engagement exercises, the biggest thing that stands out is the importance of conservation and preserving the beautiful natural lands here in the county, as well as that rural character that makes Lake County so unique and special. Similarly, is the importance of strategic land use to reduce urban sprawl so that we can preserve that land and make sure that we're developing in a way that preserves the way of life in the county. We heard a lot about flooding and stormwater management, and of course, traffic congestion, wanting to see improved safety on our roads. As Kelly mentioned, we also got some high school students involved. The comprehensive plan is a long-term vision. It affects the people who live in the county today, and it affects our children when they grow up. So we want to get everybody's input and reach a wide range of demographics. While there were a lot of similarities between what we heard from our general outreach, there were also a few differences from what we heard from this younger generation. Conservation, again, was incredibly important, as well as protecting a lot of the environmental assets here in the county: water quality, air quality, wildlife. But unlike the other outreach sessions where housing was generally ranked as less important, we saw from the high school students that housing is a little bit more of a priority. And all types of housing too. They want to see single family, mixed use were the 2 highest, followed by duplexes and triplexes, which just emphasizes that need for housing options. These are just a quick example of some of the activities at that first round of engagement that we did. We had a mapping exercise so that participants could geographically locate some of the challenges and opportunities they're seeing. So what areas of the county that we need more housing, what areas maybe need more parks, where we need to focus on preservation, and where to direct job growth. And then here you can also see just some of those things that have stood out as most important to residents. You see conservation, trails, parks, housing, infrastructure, transportation, walkability. So all of this input helped inform the updates that we made to the GOPs. In addition to engaging with the public, we've worked with the municipalities within the county. We held 3 meetings where planners from the municipalities attended and were able to give us insight to some of the challenges they're facing, some things that they're doing to address those challenges, and how the county can work with them to address it. Some of the things we heard across most of the jurisdictions was, again, that strategic land use, and focusing on job creation to improve economic development. There's lots of concerns about urban sprawl, again, going back to conserving that land, that land, both rural and natural. And the need for new and improved facilities, and again, traffic congestion. And we also worked closely with the municipalities to assess their utility availability. Most of the municipalities do allow county properties to connect without annexation, although sometimes there is a surcharge required. And that leads to the vacant land use analysis, which I know you're all aware of, so I'll be brief on this one. We look at it at a few different levels. We're looking at future land use, so what densities are permitted on each piece of land, what types of land uses can we expect to develop there, and how much commercial, residential, whatnot. Existing land use, what we see on the ground now, and for sake of this analysis, if it's vacant or not. So as we know, Lake County is growing. It's growing pretty fast, and by state statute, the county needs to be able to accommodate that growth. So we looked at the densities on the vacant parcels to see what can be accommodated. And between both unincorporated Lake County and the municipalities, based on household projections and household sizes, the densities in the county are sufficient to support that growth. That means that we don't need to increase densities in any of the future land uses. However, the projections for future land uses on each parcel won't necessarily be built out to full capacity. So we need to recognize that there's still a need for some strategic land use decisions to accommodate this growth. So while we don't necessarily need to increase any densities, we need to think about where is that growth going to go, because it won't necessarily be one of these vacant properties in the Green Swamp. We might want to direct that to where there's existing infrastructure and utilities for new development to connect to. I'm going to pass it back to Kelly to walk through some of the actual updates we're recommending.
Thanks, Emily. We're going to kind of go at a very high level at this point. I want to be respectful of time and agendas, of course, but please feel free to ask any questions along the way. You know, what were some of the top changes or updates that we looked at? Of course, looking at the 5-year capital improvements plan, which is a requirement under Chapter 163 to be incorporated. I want to definitely highlight the new future land use designation, paper designation that the county would have at its ability or disposal to start applying in certain situations. Again, an increased coordination with the municipalities within the county. those are the service providers that you have for water and wastewater in a lot of cases. So it's even more concerning if we don't talk to those folks, and more importantly, we need to have them have a seat at the table and more with us as well. The different housing types throughout the urban areas, the preservation of the natural lands, again, that is a recurring and very pressing need to ensure that, as we've talked about, over 30% of the county is set aside either as part of the green swamp, wetlands, lakes, or other similar environmental features. And I love the presentation that you just had on the economic development. So looking at that and incorporating some of those policies and ideas and recommendations into the comprehensive plan also further bolsters from an overall economic development perspective. And then more importantly, we also identified early on that there were some items that were currently in the comprehensive plan that are better suited to be in the land development regulations. Now, this becomes one of those little sticky situations, especially between, I'll say, something that is currently in the comprehensive plan that's not in the land development regulations, and I'll call it the time period between the comp plan to that, and or could it be deemed as being more burdensome? So it is still one of those discussions, but we've identified those. Of course, keeping in mind that there is a provision under Chapter 163 that says the comp plan should be the plan, the code should be the code, and you should not really be intermingling those items together. So when we start looking at the future land use, again, identifying those standards which are better suited to be in the land development regulations, look at strengthening additional policies, the new future land use designations that we've identified with an urban transition and an additional mixed use, and then looking at some of the potential compatibility between uses. Now, interestingly enough, this urban transition, it's designated or identified to be right around those urban areas. Right now, one of the things that, and we talked about with staff quite a bit, was, we go from the cities to the county, and one of the tools that you currently are using is just the plan unit development. And it really doesn't get to the level that we all thought was appropriate for more of a transition. Again, this is a paper designation we'll be looking at with a series of standards that the county would have in their toolbox moving forward. The other item, a new mixed-use future land use. This would actually start to also replace the plan unit development process and the comprehensive plan designation. Again, instead of having a PUD for those types of uses, it creates some additional standards and guidelines and opportunities for true mixed use. Compatibility standards. Of course, looking at some of this information that we'd be looking at for new buildings, supporting infill, and the like. And of course, a new policy that would support the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Again, that is something that is critical in a lot of people's minds. We heard that quite a bit, not only from staff, but also through the public outreach efforts. And then looking at some of those TDR options as well. From a conservation standpoint, again, similar type of approach, looking at the preservation of our wetlands, our habitats, and our ground and superficial waters. Kim Arnold, who is one of my senior hydrogeologists, who I'm also speaking with on Thursday, is the young lady working on the county's code as it relates to those components as far as some of your groundwater recharge areas. But then again, also looking at, as a separate kind of item, those items that are currently in this conservation element, moving those into the new ordinance that's being proposed that would also be consistent with state law. Economic development, I'm not going to dwell on this one. We just had a very in-depth, detailed presentation. Great information. I wish a lot more communities would undertake something of that nature, because it's one of those steps that helps inform the process. It's not just parallel or separate from and apart. Housing, again, looking at updating some of the lists for the state and federal programs, looking at some of the flexible design guidelines and site components that would be within the LDC, so encouraging additional flexibility in the code. Kind of going back and looking at those items that we heard for the housing opportunities and mixes throughout the community. There is a proposed revision to the affordable housing, especially where we're promoting affordable housing near transit and employment centers. So again, starting to look at those corridors where not only is there infrastructure, but also is there that kind of infrastructure that we need that can support true affordable housing through potentially of the increase of densities right along the major transit lines that we have and supporting those transit hubs. Also looking at supporting support for accessory dwelling units. The granny flats have always been a huge option. So just looking to create something that helps with the housing affordability. Integrated communities. So this would be a new policy that we're proposing that actually is focusing in on some of the infill and redevelopment. Again, kind of going back to those components where it's in close proximity to the transit and the employment centers, creating some of those neighborhood options, not only for a protection standpoint, but also just helping facilitate, promote, and enhance communities in and around those hubs. Transportation, I'm not going to dwell too much on this one. It's pretty self-determining, especially when we look at our land use transportation plan that the MPO puts out, as well as DOT. The fact that most of the roads within this community are not county-owned as far as some of the major networks are concerned. But again, looking at those level of service standards that talk about and translate throughout our community. Supporting multimodal transportation systems, increasing mobility in a very safe and efficient manner. Utilizing the DOT's context classification criteria. So becoming more consistent with the way that they are defining certain types of roads. It does not go in, it's not in addition to calling out major thoroughfares or other things. There are new classifications, the way that they are looking at those roadway systems. A new potential policy for off-road, so not just bike lanes along 441, but also some of those trails and other facilities that we can utilize for pedestrian and bicycles that provide additional connectivity between our cities, our employment hubs, and our more urbanized areas. Also, again, looking at some of those potentials for the environmental impacts with the wildlife crossings and structures of that nature. We're seeing more of that, especially as we start looking at development in and around the Florida Wildlife Corridor. You see a lot of that that's happened along I-4 in Polk County. So, helping to facilitate and support those types of efforts. A new objective and a policy, the safety for all users. Some places will start to utilize, and they may start to liken this to being the SS4A, so that's safe streets for all. So some of those federal highway and DOT initiatives, again, so looking at trying to enhance not only vehicular, but also pedestrian and bicycle safety throughout the community. Rec and open space, pretty self-explanatory, continue to facilitate the enhancement of the community's parks, the relationship that you have with some of the cities, looking at those levels of service to ensure that we do have enough parks, and it's not just a lake, but actual park facilities that are both active and passive that meet the population's needs and also the growing populations that we have. Public facilities, if I start to misstep, Emily's going to tap me on the shoulder and correct anything that I say that's inconsistent. But looking at some of those outdated policies, looking at statutory requirements for the septic to sewer conversions, and that's of course been a big issue, and we've had a number of discussions not only with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection with Lindsay, but also with Florida Commerce on a couple of things as it related to your ear-based amendments. I will say that a lot of the language that you see within that portion, especially the septic to sewer, was in close collaboration with the DEP staff, so that we could ensure that we were being consistent with not only their guidelines, but their expectations and their interpretations. Basin management action plans, this was another state mandate that came out a couple of years ago. So again, this is something that was mandated at the state level that communities are now having to approach as it relates to best management practices, nutrient loading, and water quality. So in ensuring that we're being consistent with that state statute. Again, just another form of the state statute recommendations as far as advanced wastewater treatment. Again, that goes back to an item that was, believe it or not, coming up on 3 years ago. that the state adopted. So ensuring that we're being consistent with those items. Similar type of approach with a new policy for the enhanced nutrient reducing systems. And we're going to just say, hey, there's a lot of other information in the rest of these elements without getting into some of the specifics. We didn't want to shortcut the presentation as part of today's discussion. We wanted to give you the biggest items, we call it, knowing that there are revisions in every element except for property rights. That's the one that was state mandated a number of years ago. State said, here's your goal, objective policy, incorporate that and you're solid. That's the technical term. So what are our next steps? Of course, we have our workshop. We will be working closely with the state. Kathleen and I have been talking about some strategies to get out in front of some of the state reviews in advance to try to hopefully circumvent or mitigate the potential more burdensome discussions and interpretations. And then at the end of the day, as Emily said, we'll be doing this final round of public engagement. Did we get it right? And then coming back before you all so that we can continue to kind of work towards an adoption cycle this year. And of course, based off of our last discussion, there is that overarching thing that's hanging out there at the end of the day with, once you do your comprehensive plan, what are you going to do with your zoning code? So just kind of, not saying that's part of this discussion, but just keeping that in the forefront as well, especially knowing that we have several items that we've identified are currently in your comp plan that would be better served in your code itself. So with that, Emily and I are here to answer any questions or provide any information that you may have.
Okay, right off the bat, though, the things that jumped out at me were that those two land uses, the urban transition and the mixed use. Okay, we've got enough inventory. We don't need to increase our densities, but isn't that going to increase our capacity?
It can if it's applied in all of those lands. Again, it's an extra tool in the toolbox. It would redesignate or be a different tool than the plan unit development that you currently have. It provides additional, I'll say, design and development standards right up against the cities, so it's increasing compatibility. So
it would trade out, like what we have now is urban low, urban high.
It starts to fix some of those challenges that we see with that.
Okay.
Again, as Emily said, not all properties are going to develop, so trying to right-size where we can and should be looking at some of these additional developments. And it also goes back to that map that you saw.
It just seems that in our situation in Lake County, that those are the places where the cities annex. So those are the places where they apply their new comprehensive plan designations. So I guess you could argue that if ours was urban transition now and it was up to 12, then when they annexed, it would be, I'm just kind of thinking about how this practically works, because honestly, they don't really care what our comp plan designation says when they annex. They're going to put on that property what they decide to put on that property. So I'm just not sure, how beneficial it is for us to be increasing the maximum density on those
Madam Chair,
designations.
and one of the ideas behind that was to try to not necessarily always push somebody to be annexed so they can do something, in which takes the control out of the county's realm at that point. But if we're being more comparable or consistent, you've created an option to where it's like, hey, we can still get sanitary sewer and these infrastructure, but we're going to remain in the county, versus somebody annexing raw land, and the next thing you know, you've got 8, 10, 12 units, and you have literally no say in it at that point. So part of this was a tool to help guide and design, but also an incentive to stay in the county.
Okay, I mean, I can appreciate that part. In certain locations, that makes sense. I just would have to see how it looks on the map itself to make sure it was in the right locations.
Does part of that go towards, and I want to use this word simultaneously or in parallel with new codes to ensure what you're going to get in those areas? And then, I mean, does it behoove us then, because there's a threshold that doesn't get reviewed and doesn't come in front of us, is that, I mean, if that's a concern, is it lowering the threshold for a subdivision development? This is going to apply to subdivisions, right?
It would, it's applying to subdivision.
I mean, in development.
Mixed use.
Mixed use, yeah, which is what you want more of the mixed use, ideally, but I mean, is there any thought to that?
And if I understood, and I probably didn't, Commissioner Parks?
Okay, to the threshold, and then what about the codes, though, that are going to come along with it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the key right there. If you're going to go there, you need to have the code at the same time.
So the code, you have, I'll say, good bones for the code that can help with some of this. Is it the code that I personally would write for these? No. Again, this is a paper designation. We're not saying thou shalt map these areas. It's going to be targeted for these areas. So, you know, you do need a better code when it comes to that. You're going to have to update your code regardless, whether or not it's just, I'll call it almost like the Band-Aid versus do we want to really get in and look at some of these true urban design components? Very valid question and very valid point.
What also about the I know there's, however we want to word this, but the rural limit, the rural boundary, or in some counties just call it an urban growth boundary, but we're going to call it a rural boundary. What about that as an actual policy and layer?
It's a tool that most communities across the state and across the country have to basically say, here's where we're going to, thou shalt be rural, and here's how we define rural. This is where we will support suburban or some of the transitioning. Without diving too much into it, the SB 180 implications, is there some discussion? And again, some of that's also going to need to happen with where are we thinking about some of these rural boundaries as well, and then kind of looking at the boundary versus what the current comprehensive plan designations are. At that
I just assume, though, that those boundaries would follow where the rural designations already are located. Understanding, though, if we don't get interlocal agreements or JPAs in place with the cities, then again, it doesn't even matter because they're just going to annex right over them. But if we're doing this all at the same time and we're making progress and we're getting somewhere on those agreements, then this would be the perfect, let's just say we get that in place, this is the perfect time then to be showing it on our map, that those are our boundaries that we agreed to in those JPAs.
We just need to make sure that when we have our boundaries, our transitional zones and our ag zones, we stick to them.
But I mean, that's the whole debate about annexation, so that's like the issue.
I have a question about, transportation. I just had a couple more questions. Just the level of service you mentioned. I hate the level of service that we use, and I just think it's caused a lot of problems, and so I'm glad to see that for transportation, I'm glad to see that you're moving to the, was it an LOQ, level quality?
It's, yeah, the DOT's new context-sensitive classifications that they've
Okay.
been utilizing across the state.
Is there any way that, what are your recommendations on, we have a lot of road projects, some smaller plans that sometimes aren't even on our LOP, our list of priority projects. But if we had those as like a series of maps, that way, and the only one I can think of is maybe like what we've dealt with on Lakeshore Drive in Claremont, South Lake County for years. Staff has had a plan, never really made it to the list of priority projects, but when it comes to development review time, there's a plan. Sometimes it's not even knowledge that there's a plan that staff has put forward to improve the corridor. You know, is there, can we incorporate that kind of that map or that plan into it so that when you're making transportation decisions, that it's right up front in the comprehensive plan?
I don't think there's any prohibition on that. Again, start thinking about beyond the context of that, outside of what DOT is kind of doing with context sensitive.
Yeah.
Is it going to be more burdensome, or are we just talking about certain types of enhancements that, you know, offset somehow?
Okay. All right.
But I mean, at the long term is, you need to identify those projects. You need to be looking, and you'll love this. I mean, you've heard this analogy before. Best time to plant a tree 20 years ago. Best time, second best is now. we can either start to try to get ahead of some of this, or we can be 2, 3, 4 years down the road and go, well, I wish we'd have done this then, so now we've got to go through this process again.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm kind of reserved until I see all, our conversations. I'll go through this, and I will say I will spend hours and hours on it. So I'm looking forward to your, what you're going to propose, and I'm just going to reserve a lot of my comments until we start getting some of that. But I appreciate the public process, and I'll want as much. I was thankful also that you did, went out and made a great effort, along with some of our people in the community, to get the younger generation involved, because that's kind of what we're really doing. It's for them. So I appreciate that.
And, true hats off to your staff, Kathleen and Mike and Glenn and Shasta, and, that entire crew being forward-thinking, proactive, and saying, what about? And then really facilitating, and, Shasta, for those of you who know Shasta, she's energetic and she'll get it done. So, those have made this process so much easier and paving the way for a lot of what we're seeing here, especially, like I said, your staff has been very committed to this and to the citizens.
Well,
Good job.
yeah, great job, and I like the idea of maybe showing those rural boundary lines with the anticipation that we're going to get those agreements in place with the cities.
I like the fact that you're trying to keep the county land in the county and that transition portion of it. So, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Moving along then to LeVar, Communications Director. Did LeVar step outside? Oh, Jeff's going to get him. All right. He's right there.
All right, so good morning again. For the record, Meg Brew, Director for the Office of Economic Development. LeVar and I are before you this morning to share a proposed logo for the Wolf Branch Innovation District. But before I turn it over to LeVar, I wanted to provide a very brief overview of the Innovation District for the benefit of the public. The Wolf Branch Innovation District is one of 4 strategic corridors in Lake County that was identified to both absorb some of the growth that we knew was coming, but more importantly, to serve as an employment center where our residents could cut the commute and find well-paying, meaningful employment locally. The Innovation District is the result of a long-term collaboration between Lake County and the city of Mount Dora. When completed, the Innovation District will capitalize on the potential for entrepreneurship, technology, research, and innovation while protecting existing natural resources through effective master planning. This strategic corridor will provide the opportunity for residents to both work and play where they live, with designated commercial and industrial areas planned to drive economic development. Lake County's Office of Communications has partnered with the Office of Economic Development, the City of Mount Dora, and Wolf Branch Innovation District stakeholders to develop the logo you will see today. The logo will be used throughout the Innovation District and on marketing material to attract employers to the location and give the Innovation District a distinct sense of place. So with that, I will turn it over to LeVar to discuss the design process and unveil the logo itself.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, LeVar Cooper, Communications Director. Before I begin, I want to thank Meg Brew, Misty Summer, and her team with Mount Dora. Also, Chairman Campione, Dr. Levy, and the stakeholders we interviewed for their input and perspectives to get us this far. I'm presenting the Wolf Branch Innovation District brand, a brand designed to position this corridor competitively while honoring the character that makes Lake County distinctive. My team and I developed this brand with 2 objectives: economic competitiveness and community support, 2 important factors in a successful corridor. To do that, it was important to focus on who the brand is for. First, it serves Lake County's economic development objectives for the project, creating a marketable identity that differentiates Wolf Branch from competing corridors. Second, it serves the area residents and stakeholders in the Mount Dora and Lake County. And third, it serves developers and investors who increasingly prioritize ESG factors those being environmental, social, and governance criteria. A brand rooted in environmental heritage and community values directly addresses those investment criteria. So developers are increasingly choosing locations based on three factors: market differentiation, community support, and regulatory certainty. A strong brand contributes to each of these factors. It tells the market what this place is for, it demonstrates community buy-in, and it helps to define expectations for development. This brand wasn't developed for aesthetic alone. It was built to bolster our economic strategy. Lake County's competitive advantage is our real Florida character. Rural heritage, natural amenities, small-town quality of life within Orlando's metro economic orbit. So to talk a little bit about our approach was to extend the existing identities of both municipalities by creating a brand that reflects the value proposition of both Lake County as real Florida, real close, and Mount Dora as someplace special. We studied how other strategic corridors brand themselves, including Lake Nona, Research Park, and others. Many adopt generic innovation imagery such as abstract tech graphics or minimalistic, modern minimalism. But we took a different approach. We asked what makes Lake County distinctive, what's already here and what we can build from, to build a brand that authentically underscores who we are and captures our value proposition. So the brand centers on a tree, specifically the live oaks that define the area's landscape. These trees represent exactly what we want Wolf Branch to be, deep roots, innovated, and what makes Lake County distinctive. Live oaks aren't just a staple of Mount Dora, they're prominent throughout Lake County. They line our rural roads, they mark our historic properties, and they're what people see when they drive through Lake County and think, this is real Florida. They're native, they're resilient and permanent, and like the live oak, we believe strong roots promote healthy growth. Mount Dora recently adopted the live oak as their official canopy tree this year. So when we presented this brand to their council on February 3rd, the response was overwhelmingly positive. Our positioning for this brand is innovation rooted in tradition. This positioning differentiates Wolf Branch from every other innovation corridor in Central Florida. We're offering what other places can't, which is innovation in a real Florida setting, and that's the market advantage we aim to capture. Lake County is competing for employers, as you all know, investors, and talent in the crowded Central Florida market. So this positioning basically highlights our competitive advantage. So with that, I'm seeking board approval for the Wolf Branch Innovation Development brand and authorization, and this will authorize us to develop brand implementation guidelines.
It's a little weird at the bottom, but.
Move to approve.
She liked it.
And
I like it.
Mount Dora, they already saw it and liked it?
Yes.
Sometimes it's
We got
harder with
really
the
good
color
feedback
though.
about
I can't quite tell the color just because sometimes computer screen is not reflective of it. Is it like a dark brownish green, almost a mossy dark brown?
Yes, it's like an olive green.
Okay.
You can use different colors with it?
We can use any color, so to speak, within the palette, like we're trying to. And with the screens, it's always going to be a little bit different. I can show the actual colors or do some printouts for the board if you would like, so you can see the actual color scheme.
I love the idea of the tree. The tree's a little weird, a little wobbly at the bottom.
I don't get it. I mean, I just don't get it. We're talking about innovation, but we have a 50-year-old tree.
But that was what he said, we're trying to
I
combine the
get
two.
it, but I just don't
Long-term,
understand.
thinking long range.
At the first look of it, I
The
don't.
tree's too old. You want a younger tree. I mean, I'm totally fine just altering the tree just slightly.
Looking at the other
Like a
innovation
middle-aged
district
tree.
logos, this one's better than the St. Peter to Lake Nona, but I still don't say, man, I mean, Wellness Way has a pretty cool logo and it exemplifies what it's trying to do. I'm not sure this does,
I like the
personally.
it's a cool contrast. Innovation, but also heritage.
And considering it's on the edge of the Wekiva Protection Area, and it's literally, you've got this innovation area and you're juxtapositioned to the forest in the Wekiva area and a place where we have a lot of these big oak trees. So I like the tree combined with innovation. Through the years, I've seen different ideas of how do you tie the innovation to the fact that we're so close to all of these natural features. And so I'm good with the tree. I just feel like the tree needs to be tweaked.
Yeah, I think we have a consensus here that the tree, we could just, could we just look at two other
We can go with
trees?
the tree, that's fine. I just don't get it personally. Innovation to me is something,
But I like the branch.
Coming out, it's
Playing on the term branch.
right, maybe we could
And I can
do it
speak a
that
little
way,
bit
so.
to the differentiation. So,
Right.
yes, it's a natural logo. Yes, we're talking about innovation, and it's the natural resources, which is what we offer. In a crowded space where everything kind of looks the same, this stands out. As we mentioned with Central Florida, most of the, I would say back when this project started, innovation districts were all the craze. And people leaned into the technology side or the medical side or some of these abstract shapes. As we're technically a little bit later to the table than some of the others, there's an opportunity to create some differentiation by leaning into who we are.
It certainly is better, like I said before, than the Lake Nona or the St. Pete one. This one here is a lot better than those two, because I don't get those two either.
And to your point, it's really difficult to encapsulate everything that a brand is. And
No, I get it.
So
It's hard coming up with a logo, I get it.
It's hard, yeah, but it's very important to do it, so I'm glad we're doing this, that we're gonna have a logo.
And this is gonna be on, remember, the 429 on
Yeah.
covering that tower, so.
I mean, maybe if it's just I get the rooted, and you explained all that, right? We're rooted in tradition, innovation, yeah. Maybe it's if the problem is the bottom, maybe just it goes the opposite direction, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, or you just show a little division with the way the trunk comes down or something. Is that possible? I mean, is there a chance that if we were to tweak it a little bit, we still could get Mount Dora to say?
Yes, and
Okay.
we would engage those stakeholders. What we would do is kind of play with that bottom. If it's creating confusion, we can try some different things and bring that back to the board and also the council to tweak.
I got a question. It sounds like a funny, facetious question. It's not, though. What is that type of tree? Do we know? It is a live oak. Okay.
It's a live oak.
Because there's something about the curvature of it. It almost gives me a foreign feeling. So it almost gives me like there's like oriental trees. I don't know if they're called like plum trees or whatever, but like they twist more than the average tree. Anyways.
That's why I feel like it's not
so
necessarily representative of the live oak.
Yeah, that's the only thing. So I think it's solid. I wouldn't change a single thing, but I would just probably straighten the tree out a little bit to make it more look. Because the other thing is I don't want to violate Sean's native plant ordinance. This looks like a foreign tree.
If this is a foreign tree,
It's a live oak, but yeah, I mean, maybe Kirby said it looked old. To me, it just looks slightly unfamiliar. So like maybe.
Oh, you're thinking of the ones that you trim, the little.
Yeah, they almost
Yes.
like a bonsai.
Yes, you gotta really be careful so it doesn't look like a bonsai.
And
But-
That's my only, yes.
Yeah.
Slightly more traditional tree, that's it.
And the sign over here that has it on it, looks like it has moss hanging on it. If you look over at Wolf Branch Innovation District, the sign.
Yes, that will be removed. Those are mock-ups, but those will be removed. There won't
I like the Spanish moss. I like
Yes,
the
I know, I was thinking the same thing, is the moss lets you know it's a live oak, but.
So we want the Spanish moss?
Yeah. More, something that just leans more into Florida. I think Spanish moss is a great way to do it.
Yep.
Okay, we're getting close.
give a couple different color options.
So maybe on a live oak, you know how the branches, some of them go really low and then come up, and maybe distinguish a live oak more to look like a live oak instead of a bonsai
Bonsai,
tree.
right, okay.
With Spanish moss.
We'll add the Spanish moss for sure.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you,
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, and it's fitting now that our next item is tab 26.
Melanie, did they need a vote?
We did,
There was a motion.
It was direction. So it was consensus, correct? Yeah. So we're going to talk about tree protection now,
Thank you, Chairman.
fittingly.
Commissioners, for the record, Mike Fitzgerald in the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. Today, staff is seeking approval to advertise an ordinance amending Section 9.02.00 entitled Tree Protection. This is to clarify the requirements of tree removal associated with a development project and tree protection. The ordinance title block reads as follows: an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending Section 9.02.00 Lake County Code Land Development Regulations entitled Tree Protection, clarifying tree removal requirements associated with a development project, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with the Department of State, and providing for an effective date. Just a brief background. The county currently defines specimen trees as protected trees, and that is based on size, age, form, ecological value, and rarity, and particularly the size is 30-inch caliper. We also define heritage trees with the same criteria: size, age, form, ecological value, rarity, but also historical significance if we decide that a tree has a significance. This is a 40-inch caliper or greater tree, and currently code requires heritage trees to obtain a variance if those trees are going to be removed. Developers should be designing around heritage trees. Staff became aware that our code needed to be tightened a little bit in regard to heritage trees. So what this ordinance is proposing is that the removal of a heritage tree when it is associated with a development must be specifically called out in the ordinance that the board is reviewing and potentially approving. And the second sentence on this screen, here's the real key to it. We are removing the reliance upon a conceptual plan incorporated into a zoning ordinance as being an approval to remove a heritage tree. We want to remove that assumption, and that's what this ordinance is proposing to do. With that, I'll answer any questions. And this is just an approval to advertise this ordinance.
I'll probably have some amendments or thoughts down the road, but I'm fine with the advertisement starting out kind of broad.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the tree down in Apopka where they moved entire 441 around. This heritage tree has been there forever. I kind of like it, so I'll make a motion to approve for going.
Second.
There you go.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
We also have the second oldest oak tree in the state in Freeland Park, in that state park. We should, just very spurious thought, but we definitely need to brand more on that. I mean, I think that's so significant. Second oldest in the state.
Wow.
Crazy.
That could be a picture for.
Yeah, something that, we just wish we'd lean into that just a little bit more, if we can. It's in the state, Lake Griffin State Park. Second oldest oak in the whole state. Crazy, but.
So I did want to ask a question, though, with regard to how we do the other trees that come in as part of a development plan. Right now, they mark the trees, they do a tree survey, and then the rule is that for the trees that are removed, they just have to plant mitigation trees.
They have the choice of paying mitigation fees, or they can do a replacement.
Okay. So I just think the board should look at the possibility of having the opportunity, for example, let's see, a project is proposed on a piece of property, there's trees everywhere, and you've got your buffer off of the right-of-way. And instead of necessarily having those trees removed or trees that are along the perimeter, that you actually use that as an opportunity to leave the older trees in place, not just heritage trees, but established trees in place, because otherwise we what happens now is they just take everything out and then they just replant. And new trees are good too. It is important to have new trees planted. But it's just something I've always thought that could be done so much better. You see it in other states too, and you see it around Florida, other jurisdictions where they require a certain amount of the existing forested areas to remain intact. And they can go towards, obviously their tree requirements. So just something I wanted to put on everybody's radar to see if there was any appetite for staff taking a look at what an ordinance like that would look like.
Yeah, I support that.
Totally. I mean, in low-impact development, incorporating all that, you don't scrape the earth and clear it and move the sterile soils away, all that whole thing, I'm all for. Yeah, that's a great idea.
The only thing we got to be careful of is making sure that we do not restrict the removal of Chinaberry trees or ear trees, no matter how big they are, because they're invasive trees and they can.
Right, the invasive ones.
Right, they can cause harm, so we got to be careful on how we put that.
And then along those lines, since we're on the topic, our setback or our front buffer off of right-of-ways is too narrow. And I don't think we should wait until we have a whole LDR rewrite to address this. It is entirely too narrow and skimpy. If you compare what we have compared to Leesburg's is head and shoulders above us.
So I would suggest that we agendize something like that so we can go over everything.
So Mike is working on
Currently
it.
working on that ordinance.
How long do you think it will be before we get that back? Estimate?
This is for the setbacks from the landscape. So we are bringing that back, I believe it's on the first regular meeting of April 10th, which will be an ordinance that deals with the landscape setbacks, Commissioner Campion, that you're asking for, and Commissioner Smith's request for 65-foot minimum lot widths. We're going to bring that back as part of one presentation to you.
Okay. All right. Okay, very good. Thank you. And that passed. We're moving on to Office of Housing and Community Services. This is a presentation and recommendation for approval to advertise an ordinance amending Lake County Affordable Housing Assistance Trust Fund and Live Local Act requirements pursuant to Senate Bill 1730.
I just want to mention also for the record, Marie Abdul Karim, Office of Housing and Community Services. During the proclamation, I checked my ancestry DNA, and I'm 2% Irish.
All right.
You don't hear it in my accent, but I'm going to work on it.
Guinness to you.
So again, this morning, this is a requested action for approval to advertise the public hearing for a proposed ordinance which amends Section 11-33 and 11-40 of the Lake County Code in order to align with updates to Chapter 420, Part 7, Florida statutes, and Section 125.01055, Florida statutes as amended by Senate Bill 1730.
You're not supposed to have conversations.
These sections include the Local Housing Assistance Trust Fund and the Affordable Housing Covenants and Guarantees. The highlighted changes included for the Local Housing Assistance Trust Fund, updates the eligible uses of funds including authorization for certain rent subsidies using the State Housing Initiative's Local Housing Assistance Trust Fund dollars awarded annually to the county, which is consistent with the limits set in the county's Local Housing Assistance Plan, or our LHAP. The changes to the Affordable Housing Covenants and Guarantees reflect statutory changes to the Live Local Act, ensuring compliance with updated state requirements related to the Affordable Housing Covenants and Guarantees. Again, the call to action is for the approval to advertise the public hearing for the proposed ordinance related to these sections.
All right. This is just a request to advertise at this point, and this isn't bring us into compliance.
Move approval.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, appreciate that. And we'll wait until March before we wish you a happy St. Patrick's Day, considering, yeah. All right, Ryan Ritchie, Tourism Director, 5-year destination strategic plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, fellow commissioners, administration, staff, members of the audience. For the record, Ryan Ritchie, Director of the Office of Tourism. I got a little nervous about the Irish meaning of Commissioner Parks' name, so I looked on Ryan, and it means little king and illustrious. So Jennifer will have to, she's looking at me now, she's going to have to humble me here fairly soon now that I figured out that meaning. But with that being said, certainly excited to provide this final presentation and draft of our 5-year destination strategic plan this morning. Before I do introduce our consultant, I did want to go through just a brief background of how we got to where we are today. In April of 2023, the Office of Tourism received board approval to develop a 5-year destination strategic plan. We had a formal RFP process. Downs and St. Germain was awarded the contract in December of 23 after a competitive review. I will say Downs and St. Germain has represented pretty much every destination in the state of Florida and then some throughout the country in these particular items of research and strategic plans. There was a comprehensive stakeholder engagement. That planning process launched in January of 2024 with extensive outreach to focus groups, one-on-one meetings with county commissioners, tourist development council members, hospitality and attraction leaders, sports organizers, municipalities, and of course, marketing partners. Our data and really took this plan and focused more on the data and research, where we looked at the STR reports, which is sometimes when I present to you guys, we talk about STR reports. That's the information that shows us what our average daily rates are in Lake County, what our occupancy rates are here in Lake County. So we used the STR reports, any tourist development tax collection data, marketing documents, accommodation stakeholder outreach, community sentiment surveys, and then a market perception study just to ensure thorough understanding of Lake County's tourism landscape. We had some review with the TDC. There was moments where we had to refine that plan. I know that there were 2 commissioners that were elected to the board, so we had to go back and interview them as well. That'd be Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Sabatini. There were 3 or 4 new members on the Tourist Development Council, so we had to re-interview some of the new members of the TDC just to get more feedback and additional meetings and then refinements of that plan. And then on October 6th of 2025, the Tourist Development Council unanimously approved 9-0, the final 5-year destination strategic plan, and recommending that to the board. So that's why we're here today. And with that, I will introduce to you Joseph St. Germain of Downs and St. Germain to present the plan, and then I will come back up and ask for approval.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you to the whole commission for having me today. Joseph St. Germain, president of Downs and St. Germain Research, largely Swedish and Norwegian, so it's not really with the theme, but there'll be no accents today. I will say I appreciate everyone's time who's participated in this, as I won't spend time on what Ryan just covered here, but everything that I talk about today is really taking everything that was told to us by commissioners, stakeholders, residents, what have you, and kind of distilled into the plan. So that's why all this information was very important as we move forward. So I appreciate all the time and effort from not only folks on this commission, but throughout the county, and kind of providing that feedback. As Ryan kind of mentioned, what I'm going to do for today is focus on like the view from 30,000 feet, look at the initiatives with each, the large strategic goals. Within the full report, there are specific initiatives, timelines, measurement objectives. That would be a much longer presentation. So I'll focus on the highlights and then open up for any questions. So I'll go into each of these in a moment, but the 5 large strategic goals are continuing to expand the sports market, developing a robust partnership program, further aligning with the community writ large, continuing with the currently brand and marketing program and having a focus on that shoulder season, off-peak season, and then finally updates to the event sponsorship program and the capital project funding program. And I'll go into some details on each one of these now. Number one is continue to expand sports. A lot of folks in this on this commission and throughout have been excited about what the sports events kind of bring to the area, especially when it comes to heads and beds, providing a great return on investment or ROI. I'll say ROI a few times throughout this because I know that's very important, not only as a commission to a lot of the stakeholders. But you have a lot of infrastructure and facilities that are here and already producing for you. But as we get into capital improvements, there may be some improvements down the road to make those facilities even better, to be able to bring more events. Also kind of developing some on-site accommodations next to those facilities, which may allow some improvements in the future, and continuing to invest in those sports that are your tried and trues, such as softball, volleyball, basketball, endurance sports, fishing, golf. That's not the only sports you folks excel at, but those are the ones that kind of popped up most often in those conversations. But as you continue development those, there will be other opportunities for other niche sports or non-traditional sport growth. This is just an area where, in general, the feedback we receive, you've excelled here. So it's a good return on investment to continue in this place and find other ways to improve in the sports market. Number two, and this is kind of related to even some of the conversations I've heard today, is developing a robust partnership program. And that is one, kind of talking with stakeholders and hoteliers and attractions, whatever, having them better informed, but also means with other county offices. You know, tourism and economic development work hand in hand in many different places. Even in one of the conversations, working with the Lake County Water Authority and in a place where your water is one of the, when I get to later about how you market the destination, are a very important piece. But ultimately, this the tourism office can really be the connector writ large. So some examples, kind of being the place where everyone wants to know what events are happening in the community in a certain area, in a certain place, or at a certain time. That is something that can be housed within the tourism office. It allows, by being able to communicate with different stakeholders, it's able to really inform all the municipalities and stakeholders. For example, if there's a large event going off in one area of the county, maybe there's an opportunity for the agritourism attraction to kind of communicate with those folks, as there needs to be some cross-pollination there. I mean, ultimately, this robust program of just being a connector within the community, but also within the county, it allows to align stakeholders to work toward common goals, better communication and resource sharing, and ultimately resulting in a better ROI for the businesses in the county, but then also a better visitor experience writ large, which is very important just as in terms of bringing those visitors back once they come here the first time. The third is really kind of outreach to the community. As we did the resident study, perceptions toward tourism are positive. 64% had a positive perception of tourism versus 9% negative. That's a 7-to-1 ratio, so it is positive. There are some folks in that middle ground here. But also there is not a lot of knowledge with your typical resident about what happens, or like some of the things that we've already talked about today, how tourism is a great economic impact and import, if you will, of just bringing new money to this community, while also being respectful to the residents and making sure that, that tourism is a positive without taking too many things away. So just communicating that to residents is an important thing, not only in Lake County, but as Ryan mentioned, we get an opportunity to work with many tourism offices, specifically in the state of Florida. This is something most tourism office in the recent has really kind of focused not only on marketing the destination, but communicating within this own destination, because it's such a symbiotic relationship between the resident and the tourist while they're here. Number 4 is really to continue with the current branding, but with a focus on the off-peak season. So right now, I won't get in too deep into here, but your current brand pillars are your outdoor adventure, your water adventure, your small town charm, your food and drink. And ultimately, the feedback that we heard was that is a great place to continue with that, but then also integrating the themes of relaxing and active lifestyles that kind of connect to that sports tourism piece that we mentioned earlier, but then also speaking of those other niches like sports or agritourism or other things. Those are going to be ways to kind of expand that current brand and really not just speak to, this not only speaks to current residents, but also it is something that resonates with your visitors and prospective visitors. So, and also like some of those things that can kind of speak to, kind of the trails and some of the other things that are integral to this community, but it can also very much be facilitative to the visitor overall. So And then finally, just the other main thing is looking at the event sponsorship program and the capital project funding program. Overall, with both were requested and provided feedback to tweak each of those. The event sponsorship program, the biggest thing is to focus on events with a greater ROI, largely events that bring in day trippers are not a bad thing, but a higher focus should be those of putting heads in beds. Because that's it's a greater return on investment. But secondly, that's how this office is funded. But then also, giving extra credit to those who have people visiting multiple areas of the county, and then frankly, those that occur in the off-peak season. As we mentioned earlier, that's one of the things that was kind of feedback overall. And then finally, talking about the capital funding program, there was it was currently viewed as ineffective with a lack of organization and clear standards. However, some small tweaks can make that more effective. Ultimately, the goals there are, number one, making sure it aligns with a Florida statute as to how TDT can be used for capital improvements, but then also taking the onus off of the staff recommendation. Staff would still be involved in the process, vet the process, just to make sure it is still it is worthwhile to go to the TDC, but ultimately having the TDC be the evaluation of these projects after it's vetted by staff. Ultimately, the goals of that realignment is to making sure that you align your investments with your strategic plan overall. And then also, one of the quotes we've heard is, what we don't want people coming and just saying, hey, build it and people will come. They want to have folks with a plan who've done their research or done the feasibility studies or talked around in the community, or if they say they're going to bring in sports partnerships, have some of those things in place, just basically to have a plan before the county invests in those places, instead of just build it and they will come philosophy. That's not saying that's how it was. It's just more of that was the feedback that people wanted to make sure that they put their ducks in a row, if you were, before the county is divvying up some of those dollars. Admittedly, Ryan covered kind of a lot of things that we did. That's a whistle-stop tour, but I'm trying to keep it at fairly high level. Before, I know Ryan said towards the end he'll ask for approval, but I did want to open up any questions anyone may have before I pass it back to Ryan.
Are there any questions? One?
Yeah, just, I appreciate all the hard work on it, and I think we had a couple interviews individually, so I appreciate that. And you mentioned Norway coming off the Olympics, doing very well. So the more specific question I have is, you mentioned sports and what we might be targeting. This is a long-term plan. What are some of our niche areas for the Olympics coming up in 28? It's in LA, and then beyond that, it could catapult us into something further. It's not just preparing for 28 Olympics, but it's what could come afterwards based off of something that we know will work, not just based off pie in the sky, but what is specifically maybe from today,
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. We have had several conversations with national governing bodies. Sometimes I like to keep those conversations confidential because other destinations are certainly working on that. I will say that rowing has become a sport, obviously, with our partnership with Star Athletics and track and field. That certainly is going to come up as well. But there are various conversations happening with national governing bodies on how, one, we can get some of their events here in Lake County, or two, actually relocate them here to Lake County. So hopefully that answers your question.
like curling or something like that?
I don't know about curling. Believe it or not, speed skating, they train in Ocala. I don't know how that's possible, but they do.
Ryan?
Yes, sir.
I've heard that we're really tight on rooms, and a lot of times our event, the participants are staying elsewhere. Is that the case?
In most destinations, we always look at what that leakage rate looks like. Here in Lake County, sometimes we say about 20% are leaking into other counties. But that's obviously something that every destination deals with. So I think with the incentive program that you guys have put in with the development of new hotels, I'll give you an example. Leesburg Bike Fest, during that weekend, we are 95% full. So, we know that there's leakage going somewhere else, and that's just one weekend. But if you have other events going on that weekend, they're staying somewhere else.
So it's not the point that we don't have the rooms. They're staying at Disney or wherever.
Sure.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you.
Well, they're staying somewhere because they can't find a room here. I mean, according to what he just described,
During that particular week.
during that
During
particular
that
week.
one event.
Yeah. Okay, all right, we need a
Oh, yeah.
motion.
Sorry. I'll just request approval of the 5-year destination.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
I got a question for the county attorney, because I have a hard stop and I have to leave. And so could we like recess and do the redevelopment agency board and then come back to the rest of the Board of County Commissioners agenda? What's that?
Right, but we have the CRA board meeting.
Okay,
Oh,
okay, let's do the appointments on tab 29.
Yeah, that's my committee, and I recommend approval for the
All right,
appointments.
Just one quick question on this, super quick. What are their positions on what their duties are as a library board member, the board members? Just curious.
What they do?
Yeah, do they understand their job, or like, what do they think what are their goals? What are they trying to do on the board?
Well, they're trying to keep $5 million a year so we can help with the library system, and we meet to distribute the impact fee credits and decide if it's our county that's going to do it, or whether it's going to go to cities and participate that way.
Cool, sounds good to me.
and it's very heavily driven by staff recommendations and presentations made by staff to that board. All right, we have.
Sounds good. Move to approve, or if it hasn't happened already.
Got a motion
No,
and a second already.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving then to Board of Building Examiners, to appoint Randy Bumbalow.
Is he present?
Move for approval.
Yeah. I will tell you, these library ones, obviously kind of advisory, like you said. I mean, it's, obviously, I think that the job is a little bit more ministerial than some would think. These Board of Building Examiner positions are really important. To me, it's almost the equivalent of putting a judge on the bench. I mean, these guys have enormous control over people's businesses, their lives. I would move the postpone until we get him present, not because I'm going to grill him or cross-examine him in some crazy way. I just want to talk to him a little bit in front of the commission about what his role is, because I think discretion is really important here. I represent clients in different building board examiners at the local level and at the state board, the Florida KILB, the Construction Industry Licensing Board, which it's brought into two, contractors and subcontractors. And I got to tell you, I think some of these guys get in there and they're just too brutal. And I'm not saying this guy is or isn't. I just would like to talk with him a little bit about what the approach is. I want to put people on there that are really mediation focused, settlement focused, like how do we fix the situation, not just drop the hammer. And I've seen that in different counties. I'm not saying that about ours, but it is a trend in the state, especially with, contractor fraud. It's a real thing. But what's happening is I think it's sometimes you get people who see it only one way. So I'd like to invite him in and just ask him a few questions. I know it's hard to fill these boards, and he's an architect. It's a distinct position, but I'd have to vote no if we didn't have an opportunity to talk to him in front of the commission. Thank you. It's a very important board. It's not like the other boards, in my opinion.
All right, in light of that, I'll just withdraw my motion.
I mean, it'll be the first time we've ever done that. Is there anything is there any, precedent as far as, is it okay to do that, to actually ask them to come and interview them? Or are we so desperate to have people on the board that we don't, obviously, it's a big commitment. And so I would think that for somebody that's applied, that it wouldn't be putting them out to have them come and talk with us and let us feel,
Maybe Commissioner Sabatini could call him and ask all the questions he would need.
Okay. I think personally, it's a very good trend when you're taking people at this level board, the quasi-judicial, I'm not sure if you know the extent of this board's power. It is
a powerful board. It revolves around, it's intended to
We
be.
want everybody to feel comfortable, so why don't you just pick up the phone and...
I'm more than happy to talk to him, but I want to emphasize the importance of the position by having them come before the board so they understand that what they're being trusted with, and they could hear from us as a group. I think we
Okay,
work
here's the
better as a
idea.
collaborative
Here's the
group.
idea. Commissioner Sabatini, you reach out to him. When you talk to him, after you talk to him, ask him if he minds coming to our next meeting.
I will.
Okay.
I'm sure he's fine. I'm not, and again, it's not meant to be a cross-examination. It's just, I think, you know, it's
Okay.
helpful for him.
All right.
Move to table then.
Okay, all right, so move to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, and then we're going to jump over reports. Okay, all right. So we're going to adjourn the Board of County Commissioners meeting. We're going to open the Community Redevelopment Agency Board and call for any public comment.
Erin, do you need time?
An appointment, 12:15.
Yep, we're good.
Are
You good?
after these two bills? Okay.
Commissioner, we're good.
Write them down.
Okay, all right, we're moving ahead then. Do we have anyone online? No, all right. Do we have anyone who, no, I don't have any cards that have been filled out to speak. We've received a lot of emails and input and so forth. So, tab 1.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Janie Barone, Planning Manager with the Office of Planning and Zoning. The meeting has been duly noticed in accordance with state statute and Lake County Code. The agenda consists of 2 items on the consent and 1 item on the regular agenda. The 2 items on consent include the November Mount Plymouth Sorrento CRA Board meeting minutes and the 2025 annual report, and staff does recommend approval of both items.
Make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, all in,
Oh, wait.
what? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving then to the regular agenda.
The regular agenda item is staff's update on the proposed road infrastructure projects and does not require the CRA Board's consideration at this time. At the December Advisory Committee meeting, the committee voted to recommend to the board the following proposed road infrastructure project, which includes the use of TIF funds for the installation of improvements along portions of Sorrento Avenue and 473 South. These improvements include 0.7 miles of sidewalk at either end of the CRA to connect community hubs, and the installation of light poles with banners on the same portions to improve public safety and community identity. Additionally, the improvements include the addition of a potential turn lane on 437 South. Staff is currently working with Public Works to develop a plan that includes cost estimates and design needs for the proposed road infrastructure project, and staff hopes to bring this back to you in May for consideration. The proposed road infrastructure projects are in alignment with goal number 1, which is to preserve unique natural features, and goal number 3, to enhance and connect activity hubs. For goal 1, a suggested project is for the CRA to consider investing in sustainable transportation links, cemented strategy to work with the county to prioritize and invest in sidewalks to improve connectivity. On the screen is displayed the proposed lighted sidewalks that could potentially be located. As you can see on the screen, the western segment would connect from Orange Street to the shopping plaza in Sorrento to run along the north side of Sorrento Avenue. And on the bottom, you could see the eastern segment, which would connect the site of the temporary library site to the commercial area and would run along the south side of Sorrento Avenue. Public Works has been in discussion with staff, and we do believe that we've attained the appropriate right-of-way for these projects, and they represent an attainable way to move forward and increase walkability and connectivity within the CRA. And staff and Public Works are available for any questions. This concludes my presentation. If there are no questions, it concludes the CRA Board.
And I just would like to have the honor to make the motion to approve this.
That
So
would
if
be
I could-
great.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve these requested infrastructure improvements.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Campion, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Any other discussion?
The motion was for what?
To approve.
To approve the requested infrastructure improvements that are listed here, the sidewalks and streetlights along those portions of 46, which is actually Sorrento Avenue.
There's no funding.
It's CRA.
Right, right. So we're approving the presentation, or are we approving the work?
The proposal, and then what comes back is actually the documents that go
Perfect.
along with the work itself.
Okay, I'm good with that.
That's what I meant. Okay. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, there are none, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Right. And before I adjourn, super fast, just want to say thank you to the CRA Advisory Board, all of the people in the community that have been engaged in this process and giving their input, and I'm just super excited about seeing some physical, tangible improvements that can make the community feel that all of this time and all of this planning and all of this input is finally, coming to fruition. And so I know we're going to have a future vote when we actually approve what, the use of the CRA funds, but it's just, I feel that there's a lot of momentum, and the CRA Advisory Board is, feels that as well in the community. So I think this is great progress.
Can I make one quick statement? I want to say thank you to the CRA board, because I've gotten so many emails from Sorrento that supports this, so I really appreciate the outreach that you have done to have them at least contact us. So thank you.
All right. Well, with that, then we stand adjourned.
Reports?
Oh, wait, before I say adjourned, do you want to take the gavel, and then I'll leave, and then anybody that wants to do reports?
Yeah, we'll just go right to reports.
And super fast, I want to tell you the alum treatment demonstration yesterday was phenomenal, and I think that there is opportunity between now and the end of March, when they wrap up, that any one of us that would like to go out there, just get with staff, and they can arrange for that, because it is really interesting, and they're putting together a video that goes into the details, the scientists that's involved with it, and they explain how it works and how it actually attaches to the phosphorus, and it's down in the sediment, and it's really fascinating. So I urge you to watch that as well once they put that kind of semi-documentary together that explains all of this. So, but it was great, and all the Water Authority members were there, and it was really excellent. But it was freezing. It was really, really cold. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Safe travels. All right, so go right into reports. County Attorney, nothing. County Manager, nothing. Commissioner Sabatini, District 1?
No report.
Okay, Commissioner Smith, and then we'll come back to you, I know.
I just wanted to say thank you for the staff and all the hard work for the workshop. I thought it was a good workshop, and I really appreciate your input.
Yeah. Commissioner Morris?
Kudos to that. We had a great grand opening of the Children's Library at Lady Lake yesterday, and they're very appreciative of the county and the partnership we have.
Excellent. Okay. I just have two quick things. One, I want to congratulate Claremont VFW Post 5277. Meant to do this at the last meeting, but we were rushed. But they are celebrating their 100th birthday. So that is big news for them, and I went to the event. It was wonderful. They've been such an important part of our community, particularly in South Lake, and if you get the chance, you may want to congratulate them on their birthday. So, and then also want to congratulate and thank staff. At least I don't know if congratulations is the right word, but thank staff for the workshop as well last week. I appreciate it. I thought it was good. It's one of our only chances where you can kind of just throw out ideas, and you get a lot thrown at you, but I do appreciate it. And again, appreciate the opportunity to tell staff you work very hard for us, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you. I have nothing else, but we're last. What is
And
today?
I know everybody's so excited about today, and it's about the right time, because today is National Tortilla Day. So go out and have a tortilla.
Lunchtime. All right.
Lunchtime. Thank you.
That's great. All right, we stand adjourned.
Tuesday. I'll go Tuesday. 3 hours.